Welcome, VGC enthusiasts. My name is Joel, and I'm joined by my very good friend today, Jason. How are you, mate?
I'm very good, mate. Thank you very much for having me. It's lovely to be back here with the O2 Drop doing the Invitational.
Now, today we are collaborating with Perth VGC and the O2 Drop to bring you the O2 Drop Invitational, a double elimination tournament with 8 of Perth's best players competing for a $200 prize.
$200 is a big prize, but not as big as the prestige of winning the first O2 Drop Invitational.
It cannot be understated how high quality the players that we have today are. We have 3 regional champions competing.
3 regional champions with 5 titles between them, as well as 3 Worlds competitors for this season.
Yes, of course. We have local hero and mainstay for over a decade, Alistair Sandover. We have previous regional champion Ben O'Neill and the 2024 Melbourne regional champion Kieran Singh taking part today.
Melbourne regional champion and friend of the show, Kieran Singh, who was on stream at Worlds last year.
He was. And of course, the last person of note, first-time Worlds competitor this year, Peter Vowles, also taking part in the O2 Drop Invitational.
Peter having an amazing season so far, Joel. He reached his first top 8 this year at Perth. He made day 2 in Melbourne as well, secured his Worlds invite, actually beat me in the last round of Swiss for the win and in.
He did.
So I can confirm he's pretty good at the game.
The team kills for WA are not ideal, but sometimes they do happen. Now, the O2 Drop Invitational is a double elimination tournament. So what does that mean, Jason?
Well, to begin with, we'll be playing 4 rounds between our 8 players. The winners of those games will advance through to the upper bracket. The losers will advance through to the lower bracket, where they will then be playing for their lives. Anybody who loses in the lower bracket is eliminated from the tournament at that point on.
They are. So today we have 8 rounds to bring to you of VGC action in Regulation I. We are starting with a stellar pairing for you all. We have Brendan Robeson versus Alistair Sandover as our first match on stream.
Alistair Sandover, local hero, local champion. Everybody knows who he is. Brendan Robeson, one of the more well-known players, been around for a long time, was a professor for a while. He's won a few cups this year. He loves his Dondozo. I wonder if he's bringing it again.
We will find out, which leads us into team preview for our first match. Let's start with the 3-time Perth regional champion, Alistair Sandover. What does he bring in today, Jason?
Well, a personal favourite of mine, Lunala. His restricted pairing is Lunala and Maridon, and he's got, this is a tail room team. He's got Ursaluna for the trick room mode, or he's also got Whimsicott. Perhaps it's a fast Ursaluna. I guess we're going to find out on the field. Urshifu Rapid Strike and Incineroar, Terra Bug Incineroar, rolling out the 6.
Absolutely. And of course, Brendan Robeson, very well known for bringing hard trick room. Has he brought that today, Jason?
He absolutely has. This would not be Robeson if he hadn't brought hard trick room, but he's got something we don't see very often here, Enamorous Fairy, a Pokemon I haven't seen very much of this generation at all.
No, we will recall 2024 Worlds, though. I believe one of the juniors or seniors competitors actually took Enamorous Therian all the way to the final match of the World Champions. Can Robeson do that here today?
I think it was EUIC finals.
Oh, yes, you are correct.
Ismail Hoogie.
Ismail, yep.
Sorry if I mispronounced his name, against Kevin Hahn. But yes, hopefully we get to see a better showing from Enamorous this time around. I'm a big fan of the Pink Genie.
Alrighty, I think our players are just about ready to go. I'm looking over and I can see we're almost locked in. So we are about to start with our first match of the O2 Drop Invitational. What are we expecting to see today, Jason? We got Hard Trick Room versus a Speed Sandwich, as it were.
Speed Sandwich, I like that one. Well, one thing we're definitely expecting to see is Trick Room. I'd expect to see a few spread moves as well. Brendan Robeson loves to click his spread moves. He wants to take 2 knockouts in one turn, really utilize those 4 turns of Trick Room. But Alistair has a few tricks up his sleeve himself, such as that on-call Whimsicott.
Absolutely. Can he lock Robeson into multiple trick rooms in and out all day? We're about to find out.
All right, here we go. And we start to see the leads. Alistair leading with a very aggressive lead. Incineroar, Urshifu, Rapid Strike, perhaps anticipating this Focus Sash Smeagol to come out onto the field here. Robeson not bringing his Indeedee. He doesn't have any priority denial yet, but he does have that Calyrex Ice out on the field early. Smeagol has been a notorious Pokemon on Trick Room teams for a very, very long time, and it just doesn't seem like it's going away anytime soon.
Not at all. You can build it however you want, of course, and Brendan has brought a very popular set, Fake Out Spore, Follow Me, Decorate. Obviously, he's going to be trying to prevent Alistair's Incineroar from him setting up Trick Room in the first turn.
Yes, we're not seeing the typical safety goggles that we've been familiar with Incineroars in past formats. Assault Vest has become more standardized now, so it is susceptible to that Spore. But there's probably going to be a Fake Out War played here on this turn 1.
Okay, we see a switch, Smeagol coming out. Brendan bringing in Indeedee, getting that priority denial up.
This is a classic move by Brendan. Indeedee, a personal favorite of his. I think it's been on almost every single one of Brendan's teams throughout this generation. Even when he's not clicking Expanding Force, Priority Denial and Follow Me being so good. But that Surging Strike's going to land into this Indeedee, and with that Choice Band is going to do a lot of damage, but it looks like it won't be enough.
At 12 HP survived by Brendan's Indeedee.
Ooh.
And big U-turn to get rid of the terrain setter for Brendan. So now we're most likely going to see electric terrain from Miraidon.
Quite possibly. Removing the Indeedee probably looks good for Alistair having the Pokemon advantage, but as we know, Trick Room players love to get their free switch. Brendan now going to be able to bring in something that can take advantage of this Trick Room, but suddenly Alistair's pivoted in his Ursaluna, a fantastic turn 1 here to position, anticipating his Trick Room.
Absolutely. He's anticipated it very well, and we get a little sneak peek from here that we can see that each player appears to have only brought one restricted to this matchup.
Ooh, very interesting indeed. But when you've got a Calyrex, you don't need much else. I'm curious what Alistair's one has brought. I hope we see a Lunala on the field, but I think you might be right. The electric terrain might be what's needed here.
Yeah, obviously, Choice Band Urshifu is going to be the final moving Pokemon in this turn if it sticks around. Do we know? I don't feel like anything's in KO terrain here, even after an Ursaluna attack.
I think this Urshifu is in a little bit of trouble from a Dazzling Gleam here, but Robeson's side looking pretty good at the moment. The speed interaction, though, is going to be an interesting one. Are these Ursaluna and Calyrex Ice both minimum speed here? This could be a speed tie turn.
And the Lunala from Alistair is the final Pokemon. That Electric Seed that it's carrying is not going to be doing anything in this match for Alistair.
No, it's not, but Lunala still naturally very bulky, also has access to that wide guard if he wants to stop these Dazzling Gleams, which this Enamorus has just locked itself into. With that Shadow Shield, you'd think Lunala should be able to survive this turn.
Absolutely. So here comes the single target Moonblast being read by Alistair. It's almost a free turn for Alistair. The Shadow Shield Lunala is not going to take much damage from a Glacial Lance here. Barely 20%.
Robeson perhaps anticipating that the Lunala could be in the back here, not wanting to lock into a spread move. I would like to know if that Moonblast would have been enough to take out the Ursaluna. Very bulky Pokemon. I wouldn't think so, but we're not going to get to find out this game.
Yes, the Terra Fairy Moonblast would be huge regardless.
Choice Specs boosted as well. We love to see those multipliers that Terrestrialization has given us access to in this generation. But Alistair still has his Terrestrialization in the pocket. He also now has access to Wide Guard. Looks like he's not going to click it though. Moonblast will hit this Ursaluna, and it is enough.
A big KO. Terra Fairy specs Moonblast into Ursaluna, gets rid of it immediately. Now we have a single target Glacial Lance into Lunala.
Ooh.
Down very low.
I wonder if Alistair knew the calc there, if he knew that he was going to be able to, if he was going to lose his Ursaluna. Resetting that Trick Room though, taking those turns away from Brendan, but he still has to remove this very, very bulky duo that Brendan has on the field right now.
Of course, now we're at a 3-3 scenario. Alistair has given himself the speed advantage back. I would hazard a guess that all of Alistair's Pokemon at this point will be moving before Brendan's.
Absolutely. Brendan not having access to terrestrialization either doesn't get to protect his Calyrex from a Moongeist Beam, which probably wouldn't be enough for the knockout anyway. This Urshifu is still in trouble here. This Enamorus most likely going to take it out with a Moonblast.
If the Enamorus is allowed to survive here.
That is true.
Of course, Urshifu with Choice Band is going to be doing big damage regardless of where it hits. Of course, nothing on Brendan's side of the field is weak to a Surging Strike. But we do see Alistair bringing his Terror here.
Terrestrialization onto that Urshifu. And we're going to see yet another choice-boosted, terrestrialization-boosted high multiplier attack. Undoubtedly, this is Surging Strikes coming in. Looks like it's going to target into that Enamorus, wanting to remove that threat to the Urshifu.
This will be tight.
That looks
I believe
I think
Enamorus
that's
is
going to be
gone.
enough. It's gone.
So Alistair has taken advantage of getting rid of the Trick Room. Of course, his Lunala got taken down to very low, down to red bar, but Urshifu coming in and getting rid of the big threat of Enamorus.
Absolutely. And now Brendan does have the ability to reset the Trick Room. We did see him click it here, but his only Pokemon left in the back is a support Pokemon, and this Lunala does have access to Wide Guard as well. The Calyrex probably not going to be able to take out the Urshifu. Alistair looks like he's in a very good position here, but this Smeagol still does have Follow Me, Spore, and all the lovely disruptive moves we love and hate seeing Smeagol use.
Of course, I believe Brendan right now is probably going to be playing sleep games. That would be his out in this situation. He needs to take full advantage of the 4 remaining turns of Trick Room and knock out these Pokemon as quickly as possible without getting anything in return.
He definitely does have to do that, but I don't think he can deal with both Pokemon on the field at the same time here. He can perhaps put one to sleep, but most likely we're just going to see a double target coming into this Calyrex. Or better yet, we're going to see Alistair preserve his Lunala and go for the pivot here, bringing back in the Incineroar, which should be able to take these hits quite nicely.
Absolutely. So now we have seen the Incineroar pivot in, and Brendan gets a big read with the high horsepower onto Incineroar.
The bulk of Incineroar is just insane. Surviving that high horsepower, super effective move, 165 attack Pokemon. The Urshifu does get put to sleep though, but I believe that might be the last turn of Psychic Terrain, which is why we saw the Incineroar pivot coming in. Alistair now has Fake Out advantage for this turn.
Perfectly timed read by Alistair. What other outs for each player here? Obviously, Alistair is looking to fake out Calyrex and prevent it from doing anything. Brendan would want to be avoiding his Calyrex from taking any more damage and potentially putting more Pokemon to sleep for this turn.
I think it's hard to see what Alistair's going to want to do here. His Urshifu is going to have to... If he doesn't fake out the Smeagol, then something else gets put to sleep. But if he doesn't fake out the Incineroar, there's probably going to be a knockout here. A free switch wouldn't be such a bad thing for Alistair, but giving the Calyrex a +1 boost also may not be ideal. This Urshifu, though, has pretty good physical defense. We do see the fake out coming into the Calyrex here. So Smeagol using the Follow Me. Brendan making a read here, something he loves to do. He's the king of 50-50s, but we like to refer to Alistair as the prince of adjustments.
Yes, often making big amendments to the way he plays the game based on results. So a bit of a nothing turn for Brendan. I believe he's down to 2 Trick Room turns remaining.
I think so.
High stress, the Urshifu has a chance to wake up this turn and end the game effectively if Brendan cannot get rid of both of them.
Alistair here really showing us why he is the 3-time regional champion. Having this Pokemon advantage, 3 attackers versus a weakened Calyrex and a Smeagol in that winning position. I think a lot of players would have just gone for the aggro here. Alistair instead choosing to reposition, play out the slow game, the safe game, avoid any critical hits or any other hacks or misplays that might happen. And we're seeing him do it again now, withdrawing that Incineroar, probably wanting to preserve that fake out for another turn to stall this Trick Room and let this Urshifu wake up.
We see a Glacial Lance from Brendan. The Lunala eliminated at last. It did its job. It reset Trick Room, took some hits, but of course Brendan's going to get a Chilling Neigh boost here. And we saw that he's going to decorate his own Calyrex. So right now, if this Urshifu wakes up, it is pretty much game over for Brendan.
Absolutely, and even if the Urshifu doesn't wake up here, which it does, the Incineroar does get to come out and threaten Fake Out again, allowing Urshifu to confirm that knockout, but it's going to do that on this turn. And we don't like to call it this early, but I don't think a Smeagol with only Fake Out as a damaging move that's been on the field for a while can pull off this miracle.
No, I believe what we are about to see here.
Right, Incineroar comes back out. Intimidate onto the Smeagol. I don't think Smeagol matters too much about being intimidated. Just going to eat the Fake Out though, make sure it can't get off the Spore back into that Urshifu, and Surging Strikes to close out this game here. Oh,
one hit.
One hit. Choice Band boosted, Terra Water boosted, probably an Adamant Nature as well, you'd have to think. All the multipliers in the world.
Yeah, just doing what Urshifu does, and we see Brendan get the first win.
Alistair
get the first win of round 1 of the O2 Drop Invitational.
Perhaps the most prestigious victory in the history of Perth VGC, nay, the world.
It could be. We will find out just how good this sets Alistair up. So what does Brendan look to do in Game 2 to be the Prince of Adjustment and bring it back his way?
I think he's going to need to go a little bit harder on the offense here. He brought 2 support Pokemon, Smeagol for the Fake Out and the Spores, Indeedee for Priority Denial. We had 2 redirectors, but 2 Pokemon that couldn't really do damage. Indeedee was taken care of very quickly. Smeagol was kind of just ignored and left on the field. And Namarus went straight down to the Urshifu. Alistair's positioning was absolutely fantastic. Sorry about that. I'd like to see Brendan go more on the offense, maybe bring his second restricted this time around as well. Yeah, I think Lunala. I think we want to see the mirror. We want to see both Lunalas on the field.
I also believe that Brendan is going to be wanted to go much more aggressive on this turn. As you say, Sliff, Jason, he did bring 2 support Pokemon to Alistair's 1 effectively in the form of Incineroar, which can still output, has the ability to pivot, everything like that. So we know that the Incineroar from Alistair is going to be, faking out U-turning consistently. So I think Brendan needs to bring more weapons into this game too, to make sure that he doesn't get stuck with a support Pokemon next to a very weakened offensive Pokemon.
I think he does need to bring more weapons, and that's a great choice of word. One of the weapons he has being the Okidogi, but that matchup into the Lunalas, the Ursaluna, probably not looking very good for Brendan there at all. I'm not really sure how he gets through this. I know Brendan, the king of 50-50s, he will make an adjustment and probably force Alistair to play Game 2 on his terms.
Absolutely. So we see, as we look across the room, we can see that our players are getting ready for Game 2.
They are, and it looks pretty intense.
It does. Lots of thinking, lots of looking backwards and forwards between the team sheets. If you were Brendan, what adjustment would you make to get Game 2 here?
If I was Brendan, I think I would probably leave the Smeagol behind. Bring the Lunala. You have Expanding Force with the Indeedee Lunala combination. Smeagol obviously provides a lot of pressure with Spore, Follow Me, Fake Out, but I feel like it's just a little bit too passive into an aggressive team like Alistair's. But Brendan's at the Invitational and I'm not, so he's brought the Smeagol and I'm not going to question his reasoning behind it. I'm sure he's figured out a game plan here.
No, so we see Lunala Smeagol from Brendan and Lunala Urshifu from Alistair. The Trick Room Mind Games Game 1.
Absolutely.
Sorry, turn 1 of Game 2.
Turn 1, Game 2. And we see Alistair here. This is why we call him the Prince of Adjustments, because even though he won that Game 1 fairly decisively, he still makes a change on Game 2 anyway, perhaps anticipating what changes Brendan is going to make and deciding to counterplay that himself. That's why he's the Prince of Adjustment and a 3-time regional champion.
He is. And we see a Terra straight away. I believe it's from Brendan's Lunala here.
Looks like it. Turn 1 Terrestrialization, that Terra Fairy Lunala, probably not wanting to take too much damage from a potential Moongeist beam that would be coming into it. Doesn't have access to that Moon Blast that we're used to seeing on these Lunalas though, so it is purely a defensive Terrestrialization here, but the Smeagol not going for the fake out, probably going for a spore, you'd imagine, just go straight down.
And a big Moongeist beam targeting down into the... Oh, that is defensive terror. So we now know Alistair, potentially a faster Lunala than Brendan here.
Looking like Brendan has the hard Trick Room team. You'd probably anticipate his Lunala to be faster. Slower. But that Shadow Shield, 4 times super effective move. Shadow Shield, such a strong ability. Alistair's Lunala just hanging on. Brendan now, as we can see, well, we can't talk too loudly about what he's got in the back. Don't want to be overheard. But he's done some things and some stuff.
He has definitely... we can see on the screen that he does have both of his legendaries brought, both of his restricted, brought to this game, and now debating what he brings in. Obviously, he's lost his Smeagol, he's lost his fake out support, he's lost Decorate, and he really, really wants to get a Trick Room up this turn. So, of course, he's now got 2 Pokemon on the field. Calyrex Ice Rider has been brought out. We have Lunala that can press Trick Room and Calyrex that can press Trick Room.
Alistair's going to have that speed advantage this turn, though, and Brendan not able to terrestrialize his Calyrex now to be able to resist the incoming Surging Strikes. You'd have to think there's a very good shot Alistair's taking a knockout here, and I think if he does, he puts himself in a position to clean up this game too and take the first set of the Invitational.
Okay, the players are thinking, and obviously Brendan's only play here is to get a Trick Room up. He needs to be going slow to be doing well in this game.
Quite possibly. The alternative is he could just try to make a really, really big read here, anticipate where the attack's going to go and go on the offense, being down a Pokemon and potentially going to lose another one this turn. I think Brendan needs to turn the offense up here, try to apply some pressure, force Alistair on the back foot, maybe take a knockout or force a switch so he can get himself into a better position here. And it looks like that might be what he's going to try and do with the Indeedee switch.
Absolutely. So we do see the Terra Water Urshifu coming out again from Alistair. Big choice band damage targeting into the Indeedee. So a big switch by Brendan.
Choice band boosted, terrestrialization boosted, 3 critical hits. Indeedee goes down in 1. Well, in 3.
In 3, but 1 attack and it is gone. And now, what are we going to see? Are we going to see the Moongeist Beam target down into Calyrex? Of course we are. Big damage coming in.
Calyrex, though, doesn't need that Shadow Shield, just naturally very... Look at that. It took less damage from that Shadow Shield than Alistair's took from Brendan's Moongeist Beam. That is incredible.
Absolutely.
Brendan, though, putting on the offense, knowing that he had to apply some pressure and take a knockout, he does indeed get the knockout, takes out the Lunala, but the Urshifu still sitting in front of him, threatening these Surging Strikes. And now we have an Incineroar coming in with the terrestrialized Lunala. Both Pokemon now susceptible to a fake out. Urshifu going to be moving first. Surging Strikes is going to be connecting to something. I think we're probably going to see a Surging Strikes take out this Lunala and a fake out just to cover the Calyrex protect.
Well, we do still have terrain, so there's probably not any fake out coming.
Oh,
as we do see
terrible custom.
big hits again coming from this Urshifu into Lunala, and it is good night for Brendan's Lunala.
Good night, Moonbat. You will be sorely missed.
We are down to a 1 versus 3 in favor of Alistair.
If there's any Pokemon that can win this, it's Calyrex, but probably not when it's outsped.
Is game. Well played by Alistair. A dominant victory in game 2 there. And of course, the Prince of Adjustments. He didn't need to make any changes, but he did, and he got a more decisive victory from that.
Absolutely, and that is exactly why we've given him that nickname. Winning that game 1 in a pretty decisive fashion, being able to pivot around those Trick Rooms, anticipating when to bring in the Ursaluna, and in game 2, not even having to bring the Ursaluna at all, just going straight on the offense there, anticipating Brendan's switches. Unfortunately, the Indeedee Smeagol weren't able to get the job done there for Brendan, but still a very good game 1, still a very good player, and he still has another shot to win this tournament.
Yeah, Brendan did, of course, try to play more aggressively in that game 2, but it didn't appear to go the way that he wanted it to. He tried to get attacks happening, but it just didn't happen.
It doesn't, and it's hard to make anything like that happen against a duo like Incineroar and Urshifu. They're an all-time duo at this point. They've only really risen to prominence this generation, but we're going to see them for a very, very, very long time to come as a duo. Fantastic type coverage, fantastic synergy, fake out threatening, being able to bypass protect. When you're running a hard Trick Room team and you need that one turn to set up, it's really, really difficult to do that in the face of so much offensive pressure and the ability to pivot out.
Absolutely. Now, round one finished of the Invitational. We're going to take a short break and we're going to bring winner of round one stream, Alistair Sandover, over for an interview. So we'll be back very soon, people. Okay, VGC enthusiasts, I'm joined by winner of round 1 on stream of the O2 Drop Invitational, Alistair Sandover. Alistair, tell us about your match there. It seemed pretty decisive in game 2. Game 1 might have been a bit closer than the second. How did that pan out for you?
Yeah, game 1, I remember a key turn where he got his Enamorous in, Specs Enamorous, Terra Fairy, Moonblast, in front of my Ursaluna low HP Lunala. Not low HP yet, actually. It could take a hit.
Yeah, it was just the first turn burnt, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Like, it hadn't taken any burn chip just yet.
Yeah, correct. I knew Enamorous could underspeed and one-hit KO my Ursaluna, but I thought, that's fine. If he does do that, my Lunala lives and can reverse the Trick Room, and I can play from there. So I intentionally didn't Terra for Glacial Lance or anything, just held it, reversed the Trick Room, and Urshifu was able to just pick up a key KO. The next turn, if he swapped out to Smeagol for his Enamorous, it could have been disadvantageous for me, but he didn't. I just got the Surging Strikes into the Enamorous and got it out of the way. So game 1 was, a win because of that. And then game 2,
I would say that your Urshifu was very much an MVP of your round 1. It acted as a restricted in game 1, taking out most of the KOs, I believe. So performing very well with the Terra Water choice ban.
Yeah, it put in so much work. Even not only did it take all the KOs defensively, it just helps against Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, absolutely. Terra Water not taking its resisted hits.
Correct.
So,
correct.
Yeah, we love to resist the monster that is the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Always.
Now, the change that you made in game 2 seemed very aggressive from the outset. Obviously, a Lunala versus Lunala turn 1 is a very potential Trick Room mind game. Did you have any thought on that turn 1? Do I need to click Trick Room to cancel, or is that too high risk and giving Brendan the Trick Room?
Yeah, great question. So going into game 2, I knew I wanted to switch up the leads because I won game 1 with Incin Urshifu, and I thought maybe he'd lead Okidogi in game 2 actually. So I just wanted to not lead Incineroar this time.
Yeah.
But I still wanted to put on the pressure from turn 1. So that's why I changed Incineroar to Lunala and kept Incineroar in the back. But in terms of reversing the Trick Room, I didn't even think about it because I had Ursaluna in the back. So even if he did Trick Room, I still would have been pretty comfortable with my Ursaluna, probably underspeeding most of his team anyway, except for the Enamorous if he brought it.
Yeah. Incredible game, really. We saw pretty much 4 KOs in 3 or 4 turns there. Very decisive. For the event now, your path to victory is 3 more wins.
Yeah.
How does that feel to get round 1 out of the way and not drop down into the loser bracket?
Of course, really good. In double elimination, round 1 is incredibly important.
Yes.
And that's why, brackets are seeded normally.
Yes, they are.
It's VGC, so you can't really do not seeding like in tennis, right? So
yes.
yeah.
And of course you had no idea what anyone was bringing into this event. A blind event, but seeded based on points earned throughout the season for points paying events in Perth. So you came in 6th seed. And you've knocked out the 3rd seed into the lower bracket. Your next opponent is going to be Kieran your next opponent isn't decided just yet.
Yeah.
Who are you hoping to verse? Have you seen anyone else's teams this morning?
I haven't seen anyone else's teams, but I actually forgot who I could be playing against. But either way,
I think it's actually it's not Dan or Tim. It's the other one. We'll find that out and we'll bring it back to you. But no. Well, thank you very much for dropping in, Alistair. Best of luck for the rest of the day. I'm sure we're going to be talking to you again.
Thank you.
And stream will be back very shortly with round 2.
All right, welcome back. We are joined with winner of his round 1 game, Daniel Baguli, Dan the Man, who will be joining us shortly. What?
You have to start it. Your mic's also not on.
Should be. Good?
We're good.
Okay. Sorry about that. Welcome back. I am joined by Dan the Man,
Hello.
Daniel Baguli, who has just come fresh off of his win against Timothy Nurse. He got revenge against him for Melbourne. How does it feel?
Bittersweet. Won from a game 3 speed tie win with, the coveted 49 Ursaluna. So,
Classic. We absolutely love having that.
yeah.
So
yeah.
you will be joining us on stream. Well, you're joining us now. You'll be
Yes.
playing on stream shortly against Kieran Singh. How do you feel about the match against Kieran coming up?
Oh, super confident, already know his team. He doesn't know what I'm running. Nah, it'll be good. Kieran's a good player, so regardless, it'll be fun to watch. And to
So
play.
you've got the mental advantage. You've got the information advantage. You might need every buffer you've got against the former Melbourne regional champion and friend of the show. But you're a friend of the show as well. You're a panelist for the show, in fact.
Who gave me a mic and a headset? Jesus.
Well, now you've got a camera, so now
know.
all of your listeners can finally put a face to the name.
What?
This is Dan himself. So talk us through your team. I'm very happy to see that you are running once again the Koraidon Lunala combination, Lunadon 25. We don't entertain calling it Koala here in Australia.
Yes. This team is I ran a very similar team to this at Melbourne. The only change was the jump off and the ditto over the Amungus and the Fluttermane.
The jump luff. We love the pluff. I ran a
Yes.
similar team in Melbourne myself, but I ran Brute Bonnet. Jump luff, personal favorite of mine. I almost considered running it. And back in Regulation G, I ran a little bit of jump luff, and it did not do me any justice. It never landed a sleep powder to save its life. Why the change? What made you decide that you loved the pluff?
Well, look, I went through so many teams coming into this, and I hadn't played since the whole Melbourne crash out. So I was like, maybe I should try something different. Lost all these team testing. I was like, whatever. Went through some scouting, and I stole this team off Apollo, who came second in AIC in the seniors division.
Nice.
And I tweaked Lunala because I don't like the Meteor Herb set.
I do. I quite like gambling my win on a 90% chance, but
Well,
that's
when
each to
you're
their own.
gambling Ursaluna speed tires, I didn't want an extra layer of gambling. So
Completely fair, completely
Yeah.
fair. So you could say that taking Meteor Beam off was what got you that win in round 1 then.
yeah, let's go with that.
Excellent. Good to hear. Terra Dark Jump
Yeah.
Luff. Is
Yeah.
that purely to stop Prankster Encore Whimsicott? You don't want to get encored into
Yeah.
your sleep powder, your Tailwind?
Exactly. Yeah, don't want to get encored. Since I'm running Covert Cloak, don't really need Terra Ghost.
Yep.
Plus, I can go Terra Dark to resist Kali S and put it to sleep. So
Yep.
Funny.
And the Terra Normal Ditto, probably just a classic. I steal your Calyrex, and then beat your
Yeah.
Calyrex with my Calyrex.
exactly, yoink mine. I have a Focus Sash as well.
Yep.
Also very funny into I guess Zacians and Zamazentas that are running around. It's like nice boost. I get another one.
Yep, fair enough, fair enough. And Incineroar, let's talk about this. Terra Fairy, we're seeing a lot of different Terra types on Incineroar these days. Terra Water was standard for a little while. You'd have Terra Grass on some that weren't running the safety goggles. Terra Bug is the common set that's going around these days. You've opted for Terra Fairy. Now,
Yeah.
you said you stole this team, but I assume you've understood why the Terra's there and what you use it for. What's the reasoning behind it?
Actually, the instant set was my one. Apollo was running Terra Ghost. I was like, I don't like that. I want to run my Terra Fairy because, if you Terra Ghost, then you're Sucker Punch and Astral Barrage bait. So I know how to play with Fairy. I'm like, I'll stick with that, and the same with the Lunala.
Fair enough, fair enough. Terra Fairy, Moonblast, Lunala, we love to see it. We had a
Yeah.
Terra Fairy on last game, but there was
Yeah.
no Moonblast, just a raw defensive Terra. Anything else you'd like to add about the team? Any fun little text you'd like to reveal, or would you rather keep it to yourself?
I mean, it's pretty straightforward. The only thing you probably won't that's a little bit different is I don't have Encore on my jump off. It's Rage Powder instead.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, other than that, I think it's pretty standard. It's a Koala team or a Lunadon 25 if you want to call it that. So
And Incineroar, no Assault Vest,
no.
but still no Parting Shot. Is the
Correct.
U-turn just so you can do things like pivot out on a Calyrex ice that has Clear Amulet?
It's more so I want to break Sashes and Shadow Shield.
Yep.
Yeah, and still get that switch.
Awesome. Good stuff. Good stuff. Well, I love to see this team. I hope it does well. I'm a big fan of
Me too.
Lunadon 25. Good luck with your next round.
Thank you.
And we'll bring Kieran on for his pre-game interview while everybody gets set up and prepared for round 2. Thank you for joining
Easy.
us.
Thank
Dan.
you. No worries.
All right, we are back again, joined with our another winner from round 1, Kieran Singh, Melbourne Regional Champion, friend of the show. You all know who he is. He's been on a few times. Welcome, welcome. How did your round 1 go? Talk us through it.
Yeah, my opponent didn't have a single Glacial Lance resist, so I don't think I lost like one Pokemon the whole set. He couldn't really do much.
Oh, damn. Unfortunate. Not having a Glacial Lance resist in a world where Calyrex Ice is so dominant. Unfortunate to hear. I don't actually have your team sheet here because I'm very underprepared. But instead, let's talk about your upcoming rounds 2. You'll be on stream next against Daniel Baguli. We just had him here. Do you know what he's running?
I knew that he was running Koraidon Lunala. I just saw his team sheet then. It's pretty similar to what I expect him to use. Got some wacky picks though, so it'll be interesting. Definitely haven't played against it before.
I'd absolutely love the Lunadon 25. I was just talking to Dan. A lot of people call it Koala. As Australians, I don't really vibe with Koala, but Lunala, Groudon, Lunala, Koraidon, same difference,
Lunadon.
different Pokemon. Lunadon 25. That's where we want to go. Bring Lunadon 25 back. And it's going to be an interesting showdown with you on stream. You and Daniel Baguli both finishing 5-3 in Melbourne. I also finished 5-3. 5-3 gang represent. And the two people who'll be commentating your game. Next, we'll have Mark and Jared hosting the stream, also members of the 5-3 gang. It is going to be a reunion here on stream. Talk us through your team. What are you running today? What have you got?
I'm running Tally Ice, Scarf, Miraidon with just general balance support.
Mm-hmm.
It's very strong core right now. Have like solid matchup into everything, can play into everything. Yeah.
So a classic balance team. You've kind of made your name as a bit of a balance player. We're used to seeing very heavy balance teams from you and Alistair typically.
For sure.
Alistair, a little bit more offensive today, which I'm happy to see. But Scarf Miraidon, is that just to win speed, the speed tie or the speed interaction in the mirror?
Yeah, I mean that's a big reason, but also just outspeeding Cali Shadow and like any other Scarf Pokemon without like even needing much investment is like really big. Like it's very good right now, Scarf Miraidon.
Yep, excellent. I'm a big fan of Miraidon. I prefer Koraidon personally though, so there'll be no hard feelings, but I think I'll be supporting the Lunadon 25. But I'm happy to see any team win. I'm happy to see both of these players on stream once again. How do you feel going in? You've seen a little bit of the team. Confidence levels?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident. Yeah, I think I'll win.
You think you'll win?
Yeah.
Oh, big words. Big words here on the O2 drop. All right, well, thank you very much for the interview.
Thanks,
Short
Liv.
and sweet. You can go prepare for your next round. I believe they're ready to set up now. Good luck with the next round. All right, thank you. We'll be taking another short intermission as our players get set up, and then we will be bringing you round 2, Daniel Baguli versus Kieran Singh very shortly. Thank you.
Welcome back, trainers. Thank you so much for joining us again. I am Mark Murray. I'm joined here at the casting desk with my friend Jared Clappin, and we are here to bring you round 2 of the O2 Drop Invitational. This coming round, we have Kieran Mevlad Singh against friend of the show and panelist Daniel Biguli. Jared, what do you think of this upcoming round?
I'm looking forward to it, Mark. It's got some we've got some interesting teams here, and a couple of players that obviously both of us know very well. So I'm looking forward to seeing them throw down. Dan's running the Eclipse team, which is Lunala Karidon, but he's got some spice on it. He's got a Jump Luff with the standard sort of Sleep Powder, Rage Powder, Tailwind. But he's got some offense on this one. He's got Leaf Storm. He's got a Ditto on the team as well, and then he's got some bulkier boys in Insin Ursaluna. So.
Great. Yeah, I mean, Ditto Terrifying in a double restricted format. That's 2 different choices that you can use to switch in at the right time and copy your opponent's restricted Pokemon, effectively giving you 3 restricted Pokemon for your team. So that's obviously a very oppressive team. Up against him, he's got Kieran's team, who's running Mr. Plow, as we affectionately call it, at the O2 Drop. That is Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider. Now, Miraidon, obviously, for that fast mode, putting out a heap of offensive pressure with the electric terrain boosted attacks. And then you've got Calyrex Ice Rider, which allows for a more slow mode. You can set Trick Room, you can, hold your own in opponent's Trick Rooms, and you can also just have that bulk and deal heaps of damage even when you're not moving first. So I think that's a very prevalent team that's very popular at the moment, and it'll be very curious to see how these 2 popular teams go up against one another.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of flexibility on both squads, having access to the fast and slow modes. Neither of them are quite as honed in on one strategy as we saw Robeson's Trick Room team in the previous round.
Yeah, of course. I think one thing definitely to shout out on Kieran's team that may be potentially unseen previously is a Terra Grass Volcarona with a very offensive set. So it is running the Electric Seed, so that Miraidon can set the terrain and boost the Volcarona's defense. But rather than running the more defensive moves such as Rage Powder on it, it is running Quiver Dance to boost its offensive stats, and also Fiery Dance and Giga Drain. Fiery Dance, again, with a 50% chance to boost its special attack. Giga Drain, boosted by the Terra Grass to deal a lot of damage while also keeping it alive. That's a very offensive Volcarona set that we typically don't see.
Yeah, not running any spread moves either, though. So, often these Volcaronas, they struggle against the wide guard mons like Lunala.
Yeah.
But not so here. Dan, with no redirection that Volcarona will have to worry about if it terrors, with Rage Powder Jump Luff being his only source of redirection. But Fiery Dance going to be a big boon for him, I think, in this matchup. But
especially with Dan's team setting the sun itself with the Caridon, I think is very dangerous for him, because
a bit of a gotcha. Yeah.
That Fiery Dance is going to be boosted by 50% by the sun. That's going to be putting out a lot of offensive pressure even before he gets any Quiver Dances off.
I'm hoping to see it. Hoping to see it pop off personally.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, regardless of what happens, this is going to be a very exciting match for us to watch. Do you have any tips on who you think might be able to pull this one out?
I've got no idea, to be honest. I haven't seen a lot of this kind of matchup. I don't know. I'm barracking for both players.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it's going to be very close regardless. I think Kieran, former regional champion, consistently winning events, very strong. Recently came in second place in the Victory Road Tour. He's doing a lot of work at the moment, and I think he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. Daniel Baguli, a bit of a wild card, so definitely, in with a chance. I wouldn't want to rule him out at all. He's not got quite as many accolades as Kieran, but a very, very strong player. I certainly wouldn't want to be across the table from him.
For sure. Dan on his game can be very threatening, but I think just based on consistency and skill, I'm going to give Kieran the tip on this one.
Yeah, of course. Well, we'll have to see how they square out. The players are exchanging team sheets now, so we will get that game to you very shortly. It looks like they are bringing up the team select, so we will be seeing what the players are looking at doing.
For sure. Let's get into it. All right. Got that Ditto, I think, is going to be the mon to watch. A lot of very threatening mons on Kieran's side that Dan could possibly use that imposter to copy. And I'm very curious to see whether the trick room happens or not. We've, of course, I think Kieran's team maybe a little bit more geared towards the trick room mode than Dan's, with Ursaluna being the slowest mon, speed tying, of course, presumably the Calyrex Shadow. Not necessarily, I suppose.
Well, the biggest threat on Kieran's team, I would say, if Trick Room goes up, would be the Amoongus. It appears to be the slowest thing in this game, and being able to get those spores off moving first is devastating and a lot of high-level play. I absolutely think that at least one of these games we will see Trick Room go up. It just depends who's clicking it.
Yeah, there's sleep on both teams, but there is the electric terrain, which Dan doesn't have anything to cancel, but Kieran with the ability to choose whether or not that's going up.
Yep. And we do see the Pokemon hitting the field, with Daniel leading with the Incineroar and the Koraidon, Kieran leading with the Incineroar and Miraidon.
A little bit of a Scarlet and Violet mirror here. We've got the both the bikes and then the Incin on both sides. That's very indicative of VGC Reg I think.
Absolutely. I mean, towards the start, Koraidon was not seeing any play, but now it's a top level pick. It's being seen very often.
Honestly, both the bikes had a little bit of a period of people trying to figure them out. Like, if you remember really early on in Reg G, not many people really understood quite how to use Miraidon. Like, a few people were trying out with all the future mons and Miraidon, and no one particularly making it work. But now we're seeing Dan make the early switch out.
Switching into the Ditto to
There
copy Kieran's Miraidon, as mentioned at the start, being able to get that new restricted onto his team.
Even more of a mirror match now. There is the fake out, so it is going to break that focus sash.
It is, and there's the opposing fake out. So a very passive first turn, although Daniel getting the crit on Kieran's Miraidon just to pick up that extra bit of damage, which may or may not end up mattering.
I don't see it coming in clutch, to be honest, but in these battles of inches, every little bit can count.
Absolutely.
But now both Miraidons threatening damage into each other, but the Scarf Miraidon on Kieran's side with the speed advantage.
Exactly. The speed advantage and the fact that it was faked out means it is not choice locked at this stage, and it can change the move. And there it is with the Draco Meteor picking up the Ditto for effectively a one-hit KO.
Getting the connection. The thing though with that is that Ditto is so good in these double restricted matches, because it's a free restricted essentially if you copy one, but you can play a little fast and loose with it, because like that's a big KO for Kieran obviously, but Dan hasn't lost any restricteds.
No, exactly. He has lost a restricted, but Kieran's restricted is now effectively neutered, having dropped its special attack by 2 stages with that Draco Meteor, so he is either going to have to switch it out or sit it there dealing relatively flaccid damage.
And we do see a lot of good options to switch into on Kieran's team.
Bringing in the Amoongus here, which is very interesting, given that the electric terrain is up. Amoongus is going to be quite, restricted in how it can actually do its job. Usually its job is to sit there and put things to sleep, but that wouldn't be possible with the electric terrain up.
Well, this Incineroar has safety goggles anyway, so not going to be hampered much by the Amoongus, whether the terrain's up or not. The Amoongus, of course, with is that a Rocky Helmet Amoongus?
is
Yes.
absolutely a Rocky Helmet Amoonguss, so likely going to sit there and click Rage Powder rather, to keep the heat away from whatever Kieran wants to have in the other slot.
And speaking of heat, here's Big Boom AJ, the Koraidon. That is going to be bothered by the Rage Powder for the Amoonguss. Rocky Helmet going to be able to chip that if Dan does want to go for an attack into that Amoonguss.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. It is a bit of a pain for Dan, but also it is threatening a knockout on the Amoonguss if Kieran does not decide to terrestrialize his Amoonguss. And he's looking at a one-hit KO from a Flame Charger, potentially a Flare Blitz, or potentially even a Flame Charge.
we've seen how much damage that Flame Charge can do in some, but we do have the close combat coming out. Still half hitting that Amoonguss.
That is a lot of damage, potentially predicting the switch, or just potentially predicting that there would not be a Rage Powder there. Unfortunately makes the read wrong and is losing his defenses there.
It is the Lytle variant of Koraidon, so a little bit more damage output than we're used to from the Clear Amulet Koraidon variant.
Of course. I mean, obviously with Incineroar there, that is a problem in that it can be intimidated, but it does get that more immediate burst damage that Clear Amulet Koraidon was lacking.
Flare Blitz coming out though, and finishing off that Amoonguss, not going to be something Dan will have to worry about anymore. But defense has dropped on his Koraidon, and a lot of chip on the Incin. And Kieran now with the ability to bring back in one of his Mons. I'd say the offensive priority is back on Kieran's side of the ball.
Well, bringing in the Incineroar, as mentioned, that is going to drop the Koraidon's attack stat, and it is going to make it slightly weaker, which is going to be a massive problem facing this Calyrex, because Calyrex Ice Rider has insane bulk stats. It takes a lot of damage to take it down, and I think that -1 attack on Koraidon is going to make a massive difference.
This Incin not having access to the Will-O-Wisp either, so not having Parting Shot either. This is an Incineroar that's cosplaying the Assault Vest variant with 4 attacks. It's got U-turn as its pivot of choice, but not the AV Incin, it's the Safety Goggles one. Dan opting not to pivot out his -1 attack, defense, and special defense Koraidon. They're going to stay in. Blocks the Fake Out with Protect. But what's Calyrex going to do here?
Looks like Calyrex is going to eat a knockoff. That's knocking off the Clear Amulet, which means if Dan does in the future decide to cycle his Incineroar, he will be able to start taking down that Calyrex's offensive stats.
So he has an option now. He has the ability to start cycling that Calyrex if he wants to. And I'm sure he wants to, because Kieran has the Trick Room up now, so the pressure is going to be on. If Kieran can get this force rolling, or if Dan can slow it down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, once you get the Trick Room up, that Calyrex Ice Rider can be lethal with the Glacial Lances. Sometimes it's trying to stand in front of a bus, it's just coming in hard and fast, and there's not a heap you can do about it. So Dan's really going to have to play carefully here.
We see the switch out from Dan, so we see his last Mon that he has in the back. It's going to be the Lunala. Another knockoff from the Incineroar going into the Incineroar.
Which could end up mattering. That is the Assault Vest taken down, which means Lunala is going to be doing more damage to the Incineroar.
Ooh, and that Incin just holding on, but the Flare Blitz coming out.
And Lunala also holding on.
Ooh, a burn. That may come into play on such low HP. Not going to drop the damage, but that is very nice for Kieran. Dan, still having access to his Incin by just a couple of hit points, is going to be able to switch that out to cycle the Calyrex if he wants to, but no Ditto, and Koraidon in the back. Not great under the Trick Room. It's going to be difficult for him from here to think to reset his game.
Yes, of course. So Lunala there, with the access to the Wide Guard, will allow Dan to remain safe from Glacial Lance if he chooses to click it. But it does become a bit of a read, because if Kieran does see that coming, he can always target the Lunala with a single target high horsepower.
There we go. We see the Wide Guard come out. So Dan clicking that, opting to play defensively rather than to try and unset the Trick Room, is going to block that Glacial Lance, but not going to block whatever Kieran's Incin's on for here.
No, exactly. And we do see that the Incineroar is actually slower than the Calyrex Ice Rider, so it is moving first in Trick Room.
Oh, for real?
Yes, yep.
Okay. That's definitely... Was it? What did it go for?
It went for U-turn.
It went for U-turn. Right.
And then Calyrex going with the Glacial Lance after the Incineroar being blocked by the Wide Guard, which is going to keep that Koraidon safe as it comes for a switch in, no longer with the -1 attack.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Kieran's Incineroar going last, so we've got We've got Kieran's Incineroar faster than his Calyrex, Dan's Incineroar slower than the Calyrex.
Yeah, very, very interesting speed tiers. Clearly,
Interesting speed order.
Dan has set this up for the Incineroar to operate under Trick Room, and likely Kieran has got some speed investment in his Calyrex to pick up some break points. We see the Incineroar coming in now, dropping the attack stat on the Calyrex with the Clear Amulet having been previously knocked off. Very good plays from Dan here.
Yeah, Dan doing whatever he can here to hold on to this game, and information gained for him as well. Even if he's not able to clutch this one out, knows that Calyrex is not the speed. So if his Ursaluna is, then that gives him a potential answer to Kieran's Trick Room in game 2.
Yes, for sure. So we do have the Miraidon coming in here, resetting the electric terrain. It is going to be moving last while the Trick Room turns are still up, but it does have a lot of offensive pressure.
Got the Terra coming out as well from the Koraidon, so has the opportunity to lay down some big damage. I didn't see what Kieran went for in the Calyrex. It is the Protect.
All right, that is going to keep it safe from any potential Flare Blitzes here, but I imagine the Terrafire was mostly defensive to keep it safe from the Glacial Lancers.
And Dan makes the right read, taking out that Choice Scarf right on. So Kieran not going to have any fast options once this Trick Room expires, but that does allow him to switch straight back into the Incineroar. No Clear Amulet on this Koraidon, so it is going to get, both of Dan's Mons are going to get intimidated themselves. Yes. Dan still with one Mon in the back.
No, Dan has had 2 Mons taken out. He's down to his last 2.
No, I see. Lanal's taken down.
Yes, so now we are looking at essentially a 2v2 with Dan's Pokemon being both physical attackers and having had their attack stat dropped by the Intimidate.
Right. Yeah, this is going to be a tough situation for Dan to work his way out of, but not many turns left of the Trick Room now. So didn't see exactly if it was 2 or maybe just 1 turn left. And,
I believe this is the last turn of Trick Room, but we'll have to see if I'm right or not.
He's not opting for the Protect on the Koraidon.
No, just trying to pick up the offensive pressure. But
Glacial Lance going to lay down some damage. He's going to take out that Incin, getting a boost on the Calyrex to bring it back to neutral after the Intimidate. But Trick Room likely going down here, and nothing gained by that Koraidon this turn.
No, I think Dan was hoping that he'll be able to get an attack off with the Predict on the Protect, but obviously Kieran made the right play and faked it out. Dan is now going to need to use that -1 Koraidon to take out 2 Pokemon, which is a big ask when you consider that one of them is that Calyrex Ice Rider.
Big close combat coming out to pick up the Incin. It's not gonna help him survive a hit from Calyrex though, with dropping that defense stat. Kieran going for the Glacial Lamp, knowing that it likely picks up even the resisted hit, just not wanting to risk high horsepower on a miss.
Yeah, exactly right. So when you know that you're going to pick it up with a Glacial Lance, you always click that instead because there is that 5% chance of the high horsepower missing, and any seasoned Pokemon player knows that 5% is an awful lot.
Certainly is. We've got Kieran picking up game 1 here. Not quite as clean as he might want it. A few Mons taken out by Dan in the course of that Trick Room, losing his Amoonguss to the double from the close combat and the Flare Blitz, and losing his Scarf Miraidon from Dan's read on the switch in. But Calyrex proving very powerful under Trick Room, and Dan not able to deal with it with the Mons that he brought that game.
No, exactly. Even though Kieran did have a lot of slower options, Dan had a lot of slower options in that particular match, Kieran was still able to use his Calyrex Ice Rider to maneuver and essentially just control the board for most of the game there.
Yeah, such a strong Mon, that Calyrex. So difficult to take out with the Clear Amulet. If you want to cycle it with Intimidate, you have to knock it off first. If you want to lay damage down on it, you've got to predict the Terror for Dan if he's got the fire versus the fighting offense. Just so many variables he has to play with to try and handle this. And if he wants to go all in on counteracting that Trick Room, then that's going to leave him a little more vulnerable to the Scarf Miraidon if Kieran wants to switch things up. So difficult choices for him, I think.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we have to say Dan played incredibly well in that game, picking up the knockoff on the Calyrex early so that he could cycle that Intimidate with the Incineroar was definitely a good play to be making, but I think just overall he wasn't quite able to break through that Calyrex Ice Rider, which in the end did become Kieran's majority win condition there.
For sure. Losing that Ditto earlier, I think, really making things more difficult for him. Like, he he showed that he had some really good pieces left with the Lunala and the Incin for pivoting around. Managed to stall out that entire Trick Room, but in the end, just if he hadn't lost that Ditto early on, I think it would have been much different for him in the end game there.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it was a great pickup from Dan early to copy that Miraidon. It was just a shame that Kieran was able to take it out before it was able to be as effective as it might like to.
Really curious to see what they're going to, what both players are going to go with here for this game. If Kieran's going to stick to a similar strategy or try and switch it up, and if Dan wants to try and hard counter that Trick Room or go for a similar strat and just try and execute it better.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, I am expecting adjustments from both players, and we do have the game starting now with the Lunala and the Incineroar coming out from Dan's side, and Kieran with the same lead of the Miraidon and the Incineroar.
Here we go, a little bit of an adjustment from Dan. Lunala coming out, providing both a Trick Room option and some offensive pressure, but going to be immediately under threat from the knockoff from that Incineroar. Does have access to the Terror, of course, but not sure if he's going to want to opt to blow that so early on in the match.
No.
Has the wide guard as well, so gives him the option to try and predict some of Lunala's moves if he wants, but Kieran with a lot of agency, I think, this turn with the speed advantage and with, as we know, the faster Incineroar, so can fake out Dan if he wants.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, unless that was a three-way speed tie, Kieran has confirmed the faster Incineroar, which means the fake-out priority is his. Dan does go for that turn 1 terrestrialization to keep his Lunala safe from the knockoff. We will see if that is what Kieran clicked here.
He's going to opt for it, and Kieran has the option to chip off that Shadow Shield with a Volt Switch, or as we see here with an Electro Drift.
Yeah, Shadow Shield blocking some of this damage, but that is going to do a decent chunk. Miraidon showing why it is such a threat with that Electro Drift damage.
Shadow Shield is such a good ability, though. Normally that Electro Drift is going to do so much damage to all but resisted hits.
Of course.
But Lunala with leftovers as well, just really shrugging that off and able to set up a Trick Room here. So Dan has now 2 Mons that are slower. We don't know if the Lunala underspeeds then. I don't think it did.
Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But obviously Kieran having to make some reads here, knowing that, yes, he does have the 2 slower Pokemon on the field. It will be interesting to see what he goes for. The Miraidon as well is Scarf locked into Electro Drift. So it's unclear whether or not he will go for a hard switch here or just click it, stay in and click it again.
I was going to say that I would have to think he would hard switch it out, like that Miraidon being vulnerable to an attack from the Lunala here and not able to Volt Switch out to give himself a slow priority switch. But he's going to go for the Terror here instead, so that's not weak to the Moonblast. But
he seems confident in his ability to live the attacks and get another Electro Drift off, but he is eating that now neutral Flare Blitz, which did not do perhaps as much as one might have expected, but that is still a decent amount of damage and may leave him vulnerable to be taken out by a move from the Lunala, such as Moongeist Beam.
It was an intimidated Flare Blitz, so it's going to do a little bit less damage, but these Scarf Miraidons not usually the bulkiest, and we'll have to see. It is a Moonblast.
There's a Moonblast, perhaps covering the Terror options with the Flare Blitz and the Moonblast.
It's still going to do a lot of damage. And
not quite enough, unfortunately. That Electro Drift is coming out, and whatever it's targeting into is probably in for a world of hurt.
Dan fishing for the special attack drop, perhaps, but not getting it. You see how much damage that second Electro Drift does. Powered up by the Terror, the Terrain. Going to take out the Lunala. No Shadow Shield anymore.
And that is Dan losing one of his restricteds, facing down against both of Kieran's. This is definitely not a great spot to be in.
No, Dan losing one of his best tools as well against the Ice Rider here. But here comes Ursaluna of the distant past. A lovely ribbon shiny here. Doesn't have its Flame Orb online just yet, so not going to be at full damage output. But does have the comfort of knowing that it's not under threat from this Miraidon.
Yeah.
The Calyrex, however, another story.
Absolutely. I mean, this Lunala, no access to terrestrialization. That Glacial Lance is super effective and it outputs a lot of damage, so the Ursaluna has to be afraid right now.
For sure. Can protect, obviously, and we'd have to think, unless Dan wants to make a crazy read, that protecting it to try and get his Flame Orb burn online to get that Guts going would be the best play. But we'll have to see. That does leave him open to plays from Kieran. There is going to be the Protect come out, and Kieran has the opportunity to reset Trick Room if he wants. Doesn't go for it though, opts for the protection himself. Dan going to be able to keep that speed advantage for his bear.
And there's the Flare Blitz into the Calyrex Ice Rider. As we know, Dan's Incineroar is slower, so he was expecting that hit. Kieran playing it safe, going for the Electro Drill. Terrestrialization boosting, that may be a one-hit KO.
He's just taking names here, not caring about the Trick Room, not bothering that his Scarf Maridon is the slowest thing under this Trick Room. But
no, he's relying on its ability to stay alive, and it is working. That is the second KO it has picked up. And it looks like Kieran is in a fantastic spot. Dan's really going to have to pull something out here.
This Ditto switch, though, that might be that something, because copying that Calyrex Ice is exactly what he wants under the Trick Room. Now he's got Focus Sash on a very strong offensive Mon, and a Burn on his other one with Guts. That's two very good Trick Room pieces out here for Dan.
Absolutely,
Very interested to see how Kieran respond to this.
Yeah. So Dan, I mean, like you said, putting out a lot of offensive pressure. It's going to see if Kieran is able to maneuver his 4 Pokemon to stay alive against these opposing 2.
True. Dan locked in now.
And there comes the Incineroar with the Intimidate, dropping both of the opposing Pokemon's attack stat, as the opposing Pokemon are physical attackers at the moment. That is going to be very significant. The Facade coming out, but it is a neutral hit.
Not even half.
Less than half. That is underwhelming.
Oh, that's rough. That is a hit that you can spec Ursaluna to live. I have calced that before.
Oh, that critical hit.
And maybe that mattered as well.
Quite possibly.
He may have specced that Ursaluna to live that hit.
Very possibly. I've known Dan for a while. I team build with him. That is the kind of thing he would have considered. It'd be very interesting to know if that did end up mattering.
A crit may be really nice, but even though, as we saw, like even with the hit, the crit taking it out, that's Facade. Not even doing over half on the Calyrex after the Intimidate, and Kieran with Fake Out pressure now on this turn. And I think that's the last turn of Trick Room as well. So
I believe so.
Yeah. So honestly, playing this out really well. Calyrex proving to just be really powerful with the Clear Amulet. Dan's imitation version of it, weak to that Incineroar Intimidate, unfortunately.
Yes. So Dan now down to his last Ditto, and while Calyrex Ice Rider is usually fairly bulky, it's important to remember it uses Ditto's HP stat.
Yeah.
So it's significantly less bulky than your Calyrex Ice Rider, which has a massive base HP. There's the high horsepower, not even picking up the KO and the Incineroar after the Intimidate, and Glacial Lance to clinch it out for the victory for Kieran.
Calyrex, the original item, the true, not imitation, going to pick up that last KO for the last game of the second round of the O2 Drop Invitational tournament.
Absolutely. And so, I mean, that game, fantastic. 2 mixed teams, both very comfortable in and out of Trick Room. I think each game it was the other player who clicked Trick Room. So the first game it was set by Kieran, the second game was set by Dan. And it was just really interesting to see how those players maneuvered both the fast Pokemon and slow Pokemon that they had within the Trick Room. Obviously, Kieran using Maridon as a Trick Room sleeper with a Choice Scarf was certainly not something that I was expecting to see today, but it worked to great effect, as we all saw.
For sure, Mark. It took a lot of guts, I think, to make those reads with that really fast Pokemon, and with such a strong piece for Kieran as well, just to opt to leave it in under Trick Room against those threats and just take 2 KOs. I don't think that was something Dan was expecting. I'm looking forward to hearing about it in an interview.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I'd love to chat with him more about it. The other thing I want to shout out as well is Kieran's usage of Incineroar. Anyone who's played in Perth before or has perhaps come up against him at a regional knows that he is absolutely lethal with that Pokemon. His ability to maneuver it and use its Intimidate to great effect, use its other abilities like the Fake Out and switch it around, move it around, is nearly unparalleled. It is terrifying to be up against. As we all saw, he used it to great effect against Dan, using the Intimidate to effectively neuter Dan's Pokemon and prevent them from being able to pick up the necessary KOs.
A very comfortable, balanced player, Kieran. Yeah, that Incineroar being one of his favorite. Don't know specifically his favorite picks, but definitely one that he opts for more often than not in our O2 Drop Draft League we've got going on. Incineroar was his first pick, I believe, and he's using that to great effect there as well.
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's something he's very comfortable with and clearly uses it very well. So it will be very interesting to see how he goes for the rest of the day. We will be taking a short break, but we will be back to you soon with an interview with your winner, Kieran Singh.
We'll see you shortly.
Welcome back, trainers. I am here with your round 2 winner, Kieran Singh. Kieran, how are you feeling after that second round win?
Feeling pretty good. Yeah, feeling good.
Nice, nice. Well, that game, I mean, it was a fantastic one to watch. We were calling out that both players were using the trick room to theoretically their own advantage. Notably, in the first game, that it was you that clicked the trick room, and in the second game, it was Dan. How are you feeling about how your team operates in trick room? Do you feel like it was working as intended?
Yeah, well, that's like the good thing about the kind of both our teams have like the one fast restricted, one slow restricted with like some fast mons, some slow mons. It lets you operate inside and outside of trick room and control the speeds a bit more. So yeah, I was feeling like pretty good if I have to play out of trick room or inside trick room with the team that I brought.
Of course, of course. So would you say you were feeling comfortable in most of the positions you were in that game? Was there anywhere that you felt maybe you needed to kind of clutch it out at all?
Yeah, if you had the Ursaluna in the back game 1, like it was going to be a bit more harder to win, but I could have lived ahead long at -1 on my Cali because obviously I terrified my Cali. So that could have been a bit sketchy, but besides that, I felt like I had pretty good matchup and like good board positions most of the time.
Yeah, of course, of course. I mean, we were shouting it out. The Calyrax Ice Rider in game 1 was just able to sit there and put out insane pressure without really risking that much. Do you feel that that's potentially one of the MVPs of your team?
Oh yeah, Calyrex is busted, especially into the Koraidon matchup. Like just spam Glacial Lance every turn.
Yeah, of course, of course. I mean, Dan was obviously, doing his best to try to prevent that with the Lunala, clicking that wide guard to try to keep it safe, but in the end it didn't end up mattering. Then obviously in game 2, with the switch up with him leading Lunala, how did you feel with that lead and when he was clicking the trick room? Were you nervous at all?
The only thing that I was nervous about is if like which slot he was going to switch to Ursaluna, if he was going to risk the Ursaluna switch, because it's a bit of a call. I called that he wasn't. He was going to try U-turn into Ursaluna, so I got that right. But if he like switched the Incin into Ursaluna, then my board's a bit like mixed up and I have to scramble a bit to get back to like a favorable position. But that's just the nature of like the matchup and that leads. Like you just got to kind of get the call right but once you get the call right, like you're in an extremely good position.
Of course, of course. Well, a very comfortable 2-game win for you. How are you feeling about the rest of the tournament today?
I'm feeling good, feeling confident. Yeah, feel like I can beat anyone.
Of course. Well, that's good. I mean, we're yet to determine who your next round pairing will be based on who wins the winners rounds, but we will be bringing more of that to you guys as you watch. Are there anyone you want to shout out before we close up today?
Anyone to shout out? Oh, I'm not sure. Shout out Dan Baguli for being a good opponent.
Yeah, well, hopefully we'll see more of Dan today. He is down but not out. It is double elimination after all, so we will keep those rounds coming to you as we go throughout the day. But for now, we'll go through a break, but stay tuned.
Thanks.
We're back. Hello, everyone. I've got our loser of the round 2 winners bracket here, but not a loser in our hearts. Mr. Daniel Baguli.
Hello, I'm back.
How'd you do, man? How'd that feel?
Oh, it was bad. I tried to do too many reads game 2 and it got cooked.
It's unfortunate, man. You even though it was a 2-0, I feel like you were scratching for it each game.
Yeah, I definitely think I had more of a chance in game 1 than I did in game 2, but oh well.
Yeah. Game one, you lost that. You lost the ditto pretty early on. So like you were working from a deficit. Game 2, why do you think that was more like?
So the game plan was, hey, I'll get Trick Room up and then I can U-turn, get my Ursa and boom. And I'm like, wait, what if he knocks off my Ursa before I get my Flame or proc? And then he U-turned into Kali and I still didn't have Ursa and I'm like, well, I lose.
Yeah, because you lost too many Trick Room turns to sort of get going.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's good that you like if you didn't know it already, then like game 1 you learnt that your Ursaluna underspeeds is like all of Kieran's team except for the Amoongus.
Yeah,
so.
even my Incin was underspeeding his Kali, so I was like, ooh. Okay.
I noticed that. Yeah, is that a min speed Incin or not?
It's not. No.
Okay. So just a decent amount of speed on that Calyrex then. Yeah. Information that we'll have to not disclose to the other people who are going to play Kieran so far, but you know.
It's exactly X speed. There you go.
Yeah, gotcha. Speaking of 2 of things, it fell off earlier, but another Steenie has hit the stream. Here it is.
Oh my God.
There we go, baby. We got 2 of them.
I appreciate the slacking love.
Yeah.
Hold on, where's my phone?
So many beautiful plushies here.
Rep it.
Beautiful, man, beautiful. We got this beautiful shiny Rayquaza as well as the door prize for this event. Such a sick little plush. Keen to see who gets that, eh?
Yeah. Or I just win 4 games and I can get the big winning plush. It's that easy.
Yeah, man. Keen to see you become a bracket demon in the losers.
Yeah, exactly.
Bracket. Yeah. All right, cheers for that.
No worries.
I think we're going to get set up for the next round. So we'll be back shortly,
Let's
everybody.
get right into the news.
All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round 3. Actually, losers round 1 of the O2 Drop. Yes, someone?
Oh yeah, sorry. First time streaming. So.
Of the O2 Drop Invitational. I am joined by my friend Warren Cabral. Warren, welcome. First time on the desk. Hello.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be, casting this with you. It'll be great to. Oh yeah, sorry. Thanks, Jared. It'll be great to get some experience casting on the other side rather than playing and judging all the time.
Yeah, now let's talk about your player history real quick before we get on with the game as the player setup. You first arrived, I believe, in 2023 towards the end of the season.
Correct. Yeah. So
during Regulation C, right?
C, correct. So I was going through a little bit of a rough patch, but then I was just wanting something to do. So then I started playing Pokemon, and I think I started with Regulation C actually, and I didn't know there was a whole community or anything, and I was just like, Googling how do I enter official Pokemon championships and those kind of things. And then I just went on the event locator and searched it through there, and that's how I came across the Perth VGC community. And it was a fun event. I came second my first, showing, and it was amazing.
First Premier Challenge.
Correct, yes.
I paired you round 1. And I lost to this guy nobody had ever heard of using a Regulation A team in Regulation C. So I was a little bit salty. But then you went on to beat Alistair, the Prince of Adjustments. Your first tournament, you beat the guy that almost nobody else in that room had beaten at that point. And it all came down to Philip Brieg with his meme 5 Paradox team to have to stop you in finals. And I've never seen that man look so stressed before, but he played an amazing game. And you played an amazing tournament to get that far.
Thank you. I do have a few highlights from that, those sets there. And I think Phil's Torkoal was the MVP that got me in the end. So I'm a huge Torkoal fan, and I really want to see more of Torkoal. But unfortunately, in this regulation, I think it's a bit hard. But, you can never say with how team building goes. It could just come back because Calyrex Ice is there, and Torkoal's really good into that right now. So.
We do love Torkoal here in Perth. We also love Trick Room. And Torkoal likes to click big buttons under Trick Room, but all those Calyrex Ice are running Terra types that resist those big eruptions. I don't think Torkoal's well positioned in the meta right now, but then again, who am I to say? Brendan's running a Namarus today.
Correct.
He's a big fan of Torkoal, probably the biggest supporter of Torkoal, actually. I'm surprised to see him running a different turtle or tortoise or whatever it may be.
It's actually, I think it would be nice to be a turtle. What are your top 3 turtles? I mean, Terapagos is there as well right now. So
Torkoal, Blastoise, and pick your poison for seconds. There's quite a few of them. But anyway, enough about turtles. We're going to be talking about the game coming up. Chris Marr versus Timothy Nurse. 2 players with a pretty long and strong history here. Tim coming off strong off of a day 2 into Melbourne, which he converted into a top 16 finish, the asymmetrical top cut, his best finish so far. Back-to-back Melbourne regional day 2. Some might say King is the Tim of Melbourne. They'd be wrong because Kieran won it. But don't tell Tim I said that out loud. Do you want to run us through the team he's running, Warren?
So Tim's running he's running the NIC champion team, so it's Miraidon, Lunala, Ensign, Ursaluna, Whimsicott, and obviously Urshifu Rapid Style.
So very similar to what we've seen on stream already here earlier today from Alistair. And on Chris's side, I love this. Chris is running Ho-Oh, and I think this might be a response to Melbourne, where he didn't have the greatest tournament, unfortunately. He ran into 3 Ho-Oh, was unable to beat any of them. It was pretty popular among the Eastern States players.
Yeah, the thing about Chris's team that kind of bothers me about the economy currently, because he doesn't have a single Glacial Rans resist. He has Ho-Oh, he has Galarian Moltres, and then he even has Miraidon. And obviously Landorus T as well, which is quad weak.
Landorus T, the greatest ice resist of all time. Very interesting team he's got here. A lot of Pokemon we're not used to seeing. Ho-Oh, a very interesting restricted choice. Landorus T, used to be the king of VGC. We haven't seen much of it recently, and certainly not much of it in this format. And Galarian Zapdos, a little bit of a favorite here in Perth. Although I don't think I've seen Chris run it too many times before. Running the Focus Sash Defiance set. We've seen a lot of Choice Scarf Galarian Zapdos locally here in Perth.
I think that was in the previous regulation, though, wasn't it?
Yes.
Or, yeah, correct.
Focus Sash probably just there because you need to take some big hits from that from those Calyrexes. Landorus T running the Choice Scarf, something we're used to seeing in previous formats and previous... Iron Hands Grimmsnarl threatening to click Fake Out and set screens early on. But Tim leading with his Miraidon Lunala, that Electric Seed Lunala, getting that defense boost in front of these two physical attackers. Light Screen being able to mitigate the damage coming out from this Miraidon though, so a lot of damage reduction from both sides of the field at the moment. But Tim giving a Quark Drive boost to Chris's Iron Hands, most importantly. Chris not having brought his Miraidon yet, or at least not revealed if he has brought it yet. Probably hoping that Tim would lead his Miraidon and Lunala, getting that read correct, getting himself a Quark Drive boost early and preserving perhaps his own restricted for later on in the game.
The thing that I find the most mind-boggling is the Miraidon Mirror, especially when it's both a lock-in choice deck or even Star, is who Terras, because say the opposing one Terras, do you Electro Drift or do you break a Meteor, you know what I mean? And I think it depends on that 50-50 there especially, but over here you don't have to see it because he hasn't got it. Oh, so good Terra by Tin, resisting that low kick by... lots of damage there.
Grimmsnarl holding on after that Dazzling Gleam thanks to Light Screen, but Lunala gonna click Moonblast just to double up to make sure that Grimmsnarl goes down. Iron Hands surviving on 50% though, and Tim getting the read right. Iron Hands does in fact click the low kick into Miraidon just under 50% thanks to the resist from that Terastallization. Crucial knowledge there, that was probably going to survive even without the Terastallization. But now Tim does have at least another turn or two of this Miraidon on the field. Chris, however, being able to preserve both his Restrictors and his Terastallization, knowing that this Miraidon is locked into Dazzling Gleam, can freely switch in this Ho-Oh, very high special defense behind Light Screen, resisting the Dazzling Gleam. And this is exactly the sort of problems Ho-Oh was causing for Chris and quite a few of us Westerners, I think, in Melbourne. That incredibly bulky Pokemon, leftovers behind screens, very difficult to remove. Tim's Miraidon has a dilemma here. Does he stay in, click the Dazzling Gleam to remove the Iron Hands, or does he want to switch out? Because he's not doing any damage to this Ho-Oh, and I don't think Lunala's going to do a great deal more either.
I'm not sure why the Terra is coming here for Chris's Ho-Ho. I think he did click on Terra Grass.
It looks like he did. So Tim going to withdraw the Maraudon, not wanting to be locked into Dazzling Gleam against a resist. Switching in his Ursaluna, going to give himself a Guts boost at the end of the turn when Flamor burns Ursaluna. I wonder if he's going to pick Trick Room with the Lunala this turn. Lunala still at HP. Shadow Shield intact.
That's Chris low kick here.
Chris goes for the terrestrialization. I'm not sure why he went for that either. Sacred Fire lands into Ursaluna. Ironically burns the Guts Pokemon, which was going to get burned at the end of the turn anyway. Less than 50%
That
though.
was some switch there.
The Wild Charge though, going into the immunity. Tim does indeed click that Trick Room. Having a staggered Trick Room now.
So now it comes down to the 50-50 speed tie. Is Chris's Iron Hands speed tying with Tim's Ursaluna, because both can go at Brave 49 speed. So it's going to come down to the wire here though.
Yeah, this interaction will be very interesting. Although Chris is not running a hard Trick Room team, the Iron Hands that we saw in Worlds 2024 were still minimum speed for those Trick Room matchups. We may see something similar here. You'd have to assume Tim's Ursaluna's probably going to be min speed, but he does have Tailwind. Maybe he's a little bit speed invested. This might not just be a speed tie. There might be different speed interactions here entirely. It looks like Tim not wanting to take the risk though. He's going to pivot out his Ursaluna, switching in the Whimsicott. Good switch. Iron Hands clicking Drain Punch. Still doing a decent chunk of damage to the Whimsicott on the resist. Crucially healing itself up a little bit though.
The Brave Bird.
Another double up. Chris just doubling slots here, playing very aggressively, wanting to focus down one Pokemon at a time. Right, Lunala Moonblast into the Iron Hands, not doing very much damage. That Assault Vest and no stab boost on that Moonblast. Not doing a whole lot of damage. Leftovers recovery as well. This Ho-Oh slowly regenerating itself. Now we see the Ursaluna switching back in. Obviously, Tim now probably not wanting to bring his Miraidon into this matchup at the moment with Trick Room being up. He doesn't want to be the fastest Pokemon on the field. Chris's Iron Hands probably going to be the slowest thing on the field we might expect. But this Ursaluna speed interaction we're yet to see as Tim pivoted at last turn.
Correct.
Ho-Oh and Lunala, we're also not sure how this speed is going to interact. Perhaps this is a heavily speed-invested Ho-Oh. Might actually be faster than that Lunala.
I'm not sure about you, Sliff, but I'm not sure how Chris is going to, get rid of this Lunala in time.
Well, it looks like he doesn't want to risk the potential speed tie interaction, switching his Iron Hands. Tim also playing safe, though, protecting the Ursaluna. Chris once again focusing down the Ursaluna slot, wanting to take care of that left slot, probably thinking he can isolate this Lunala in the late game. Moonblast is going to come in doing about 30-40% to this Miraidon. Ho-Oh just steadily recovering.
So it either seems that Chris has some bit of bulk on his Miraidon, given on how much damage that did there. And I'm not sure, I think there's 2 turns of Trick Room left, so it depends how Chris navigates to the final 2 turns might possibly get back in the game, but
we're looking at potential speed ties here, we suspect, between the Ursaluna and the Iron Hands. But when Trick Room ends, we're going to have 2 Miraidons. We're going to have to know what the speed interactions between those two are. Potentially even more speed ties. It looks like neither player wants to play the speed tie between the Ursaluna and the Iron Hands. Perhaps a little bit of information that one can gather on the other based on these defensive plays.
I wonder if Chris sacks his Iron Hands here and then he tries an... Okay, that's...
Ooh, the critical hit from the Facade. That is a very, very big hit from the Ursaluna, but Ho-Oh quite bulky. I'd like to know if that critical hit mattered. I think it might have. Lunala clicking Moonblast again. This Miraidon pretty comfortable here, but the special attack drop from the Moonblast as well. Everything just going Tim's way right now. Chris does break Shadow Shield with the Volt Switch though. Going to allow him to bring the Iron Hands back into the field. Potentially click a Fake Out here. But I think this Miraidon's in a little bit of trouble.
I think Miraidon can take another Moonblast, in my honest opinion. I think it's about the speed interaction here between Ursaluna and Tim's Iron Hand. If Miraidon can survive this turn and go for Electric Drift, I think it can take the Miraidon down, because with the Electric Seed defense boost, I don't see the Iron Hands cutting through Lunala unless it gets a critical hit.
Indeed, and we're probably going to see a couple of reads made here by both players. Chris having to decide whether it's worth clicking the fake out, or does he predict the protect from the Ursaluna. Being behind as he is in the game now, that might be the sort of play he wants to get himself back in. Maybe this Iron Hands can take out the Lunala.
Chris has to lock into an electric move here. He cannot lock into Draco Meteor because Tim has his Terra Fairy Miraidon at the back. So he can either lock into Dazzling, but again, Lunala does have Wide Guard, so does Tim predict that?
This is going to be a very, very big turn. Chris taking his time to consider all the options. Gonna have to make some pretty good reads here. He can put himself back in front of the game on this turn. No fake out though when Tim decides not to protect the Ursaluna, going instead for the Facade. Chris's Miraidon goes down. No critical hit needed this time. Chris Iron Hands clicking Wild Charge into the Lunala, only doing about 50% of its remaining HP. Hurting itself with the recoil and going to go down to the Moonblast. That'll be game one. It's a pretty decisive game one there. Sorry, slight video issue. There we go. We have the camera back. Right.
Thank you for helping me on that. I was a bit nervous given it's my first time, but I'll try a little more on game two. So.
It's all good. It's all good. We all started somewhere, and most of us, the desk is where we started. So welcome to the casting desk. All right. What went wrong? What does Chris have to do differently? Tim staggering his Trick Room, getting the switch right on the Ursaluna, put himself far in front, big advantage. He wasn't willing to play the speeds tie with the Iron Hands, eventually being able to navigate around, getting rid of the Iron Hands, and being able to preserve his Miraidon for the entire game. What does Chris need to do differently in this game too?
So, in my opinion, I think Chris played very aggressive there. He didn't fake out to give him a chance of, hitting Tim's opposing Miraidon. Because if he kind of predicted the Terra there, he could have gone for fake out, and he led his Iron Hands and Grimmsnarl there, didn't he?
He did, yes.
Yeah, so he could have gone for fake out and then reflect, and then parting shot maybe the next turn into his Miraidon to buy him that turn.
Oh yes, He has parting shot on the Grimmsnarl. I didn't notice or call that one out. Spirit Break being the only attack there. 2 ways to lower the offenses of his opposing side, as well as 2 screens to increase his... We do indeed see the Landorus going to be sitting next to the Ho-Oh, probably wanting to click Earthquake. It has Earthquake and Stomping Tantrum. Ho-Oh, of course, not going to be hit by the Earthquake.
And very saucy by Chris with Crunch on his Landorus too.
Yes, we've seen a lot of Crunch on the Calyrex Ice, and Chris, without the Calyrex Ice, probably still wanting that extra dark coverage just to be able to get through these Lunalas. But having to be very careful here. He does have Choice Scarf. He doesn't want to lock into Earthquake when this Lunala can click Wide Guard. He doesn't want to lock into Crunch when this Lunala can Terrastalize outside of the weakness. Despite having the fastest Pokemon on the field, Whimsicott can also click Tailwind here. But instead, Tim going to switch the Ursaluna one. We saw him do this turn 2 last game. He's doing it turn 1 here. Chris clicking Crunch into that Lunala slot, doing 50% thanks to Shadow Shield. Brave Bird not going to be enough for this Ursaluna though, and Tim gets away with another Trick Room into a hard switch to Ursaluna. Something I think we've seen from a lot of Trick Room players in recent times, both locally and across the eastern states as well.
I do like to see the defense drop on the Lunala there, so that's gonna matter. But you can see Chris trying to hover on his Miraidon. Again, over here, Ursaluna does need to lock into a Facade because there's 2 flying types. He can't Earthquake or he can't Headlong Rush unless Tim decides to call it this turn. I'm just wanting to see what the Lunala, targets into.
Chris also doesn't have any resists for this Facade on his team, and his Intimidate Pokemon is already on the field, so this Ursaluna is going to be able to click a very, very big hit here, and with that Landorus not only now being the fastest thing on the field, thereby the slowest under Trick Room, also having a Choice Scarf, unable to protect from any damage here. Tim, though, going to go for a more defensive play, once again decides that he wants to switch out that Lunala into the Whimsicott under his own Trick Room conditions. Chris staying in with the Landorus, not willing to switch here, goes for the Crunch. The Whimsicott catching the Crunch beautifully. Facade taking out that Ho-Oh. I guess the critical hit from last game didn't matter after all.
Correct, yeah.
Tim once again looking like he's in a very good position. Still all 4 of his Pokemon only having revealed 3 so far.
I think Chris is also in a really good position right now, given 3 of his remaining Pokemon are at full health, and Tim has 2 that are on 50-50, and Whimsicott can't actually do much in this matchup, in my honest opinion, unless it decides to stick around till the end game for a Tailwind and then sweep. So I think Chris here really does need to lock down on that Ursaluna if he wants a chance to bring it to game 3.
This might be the turn where he really needs to click that Fake Out. A Fake Out plus an attack from Landorus would take out the Ursaluna. This also gives him an opportunity to potentially switch the Landorus out safely, which he is going to do. Landorus switching out, Miraidon now coming in, going to set that Electric Terrain, giving Iron Hands a Quark Drive boost.
But does him predict this and go for Terra Ghost on his Ursaluna?
We're going to find out. It looks like we have a Terastallization, and I think you've called it right. This is most likely going to be the Ghost Terra. No, never mind. It's a Terastallization on Chris's side. My apologies. Bug Terra type here, probably wanting to resist that Headlong Rush or Earthquake. So perhaps not going for the Fake Out after all. Tim preserving his Terastallization, just going for the Protect instead, playing it safely. Chris again just not clicking that Fake Out, goes for the Drain Punch, very, very risky in front of a potential Ghost Terastallization there. Whimsicott Moonblast going to do about 40% to Miraidon, but another Moonblast special attack. 30% of the time, all the time, you're going to lose your special attack to that Moonblast.
I really want to see this turn now between the speed interactions between Iron Hands and Ursaluna, because we didn't really get a good glance of it in game 1. Because I think Tim's Ursaluna moved first under Trick Room the previous game, so is Chris not running a min speed Iron Hands? I think he might be a little speedy.
I think based on the fact that Chris used his Terastallization there, he may suspect
Correct.
That Tim's is indeed the slowest Pokemon. Or perhaps it was just a contingency. He may still not know, maybe not wanting to risk the speed tie. Either way though, this Miraidon going to retreat. It's done its job. It's set the Electric Terrain. It's given Iron Hands a Quark Drive boost. That was all it had to do. Landorus now coming back in. Gonna throw down an Intimidate onto this Ursaluna, reduce the damage.
And seems like a Ghost Terra on the Ursaluna. Does Chris Wild Charge here, calling the Terra? Or does he go again for a low kick? I didn't actually catch that interaction.
I definitely would have liked to have seen the Water Terror on the Whimsicott, but of course that's not what's going to happen. Tim, though, no more protects, but the Encore coming out, and this is probably why Chris didn't want to click that Fake Out on the previous turn, not wanting to get Encored. Instead, though, Tim playing that so well with the protects, just scouting the Iron Hands move, now being able to Encore the Iron Hands into a fighting type move that cannot do any damage to Ursaluna.
And I think this comes down to the last turn of Trick Room over here. So I think Ursaluna most likely going to Facade into Tim's Landorus over here. Yep, I was correct. We do have one turn of Trick Room left. Iron Hands being locked into Wild Charge. Does it Wild Charge the Whimsicott, do you think? Or does he switch out here?
Well, no, it's locked into Drain Punch.
Oh, sorry, Drain Punch. Sorry.
So he either has to switch. Perhaps he can switch into. Switching into Miraidon's risky. You want to preserve that for after this Trick Room ends, right? But he's also got Both of his fast Pokemon are under threat right now. Either he switches the Landorus and loses Miraidon, or he keeps Landorus in and probably loses the Landorus instead. Chris, though, going to opt for the Iron Hands switch here, wanting to bring in the Miraidon, probably hoping that there won't be any targeting into that slot. But I don't think Tim has much reason not to. And Tim clicking the preemptive Tailwinds. Whimsicott doesn't need to do much else at this point. Tim wanting to have the speed advantage at the end of this turn, just in case something goes wrong and the Whimsicott does go down. Facade will catch the Miraidon on the switch hit now. Landorus Crunch, of course, enough to take out the Ursaluna. Chris will be bringing back in his Iron Hands now, but Tim with the Tailwind, meaning whatever Pokemon he brings in the back will be outspeeding this Choice Scarf Landorus, and Chris no longer has a defensive Terastallization play for that Landorus. It's going to be Landorus Iron Hands. The only solace here is that Chris does get to threaten Fake Out for at least one turn.
We haven't seen Tim bring his Miraidon in either, and given that Landorus is locked into Crunch instead of stomping Tantrum for the end game, that puts Tim at a very good spot over here.
And once again, a very good call. And this is why you should get back into playing. We haven't seen you sitting behind the Switch for a little while, Lauren. Maybe we'll see you at the next Invitational. But
that's
until
my
then,
that's my plan now. I think this is going to be my first and last time hosting, because I did speak about that with Alice and Matt. That I just want to get back into playing. I mean, the changes now do make it a bit more competitive, but obviously we all got to start from somewhere, and I take good inspiration from our local players like Kieran and Alistair, for example, and how they prep for big tournaments. So it's just the mindset there, and you got to take it one game at a time. And I think locals is always a good place to start. I'm trying to get the VGC scene more active, especially in Perth. So I thank everyone, especially Robson and you, Slip, for making it possible to have the past one.
all right, thank you very much for the shout out. As the turn begins, Whimsicott going to click Moonblast into Landorus. Miraidon's Draco Meteor, you'd think that probably would have been enough, but perhaps the Moonblast was just to cover in case the Draco Meteor missed. Iron Hand's going to click Wild Charge into the Whimsicott. Even with that Quark Drive boost, still not enough. Even after a critical hit, that is a live on red. Iron Hand's taking a little bit of recoil here. Tim probably not too worried about the fact that his Miraidon is now at -2 special attack. It won't do much to the Iron Hands, but he has the option to switch out if he wants to. Lunala still has access to that Psychic Seed as well. We're going to see that switch now. Miraidon resetting that special attack drop. Lunala coming in, going to get that Electric Seed boost to its defensive. Is it half HP though, so I don't know if it's going to matter, but I think Timothy has gotten on the pinch and set up this endgame, especially with the Encore onto the Iron Hands. Forcing it to click Wild Charge just to do a little bit of recoil damage to itself, although it wouldn't have any other move to click into Lunala anyway. But now, just in case the Iron Hands survives a few hits, Drain Punch is not an option into this Miraidon anymore.
A low kick would have been ideal, but yeah, correct. With that Encore, it's locked into Wild Charge, and Wild Charge is not going to do much to Tim's Miraidon here.
Oh, we see the Miraidon coming in. Choice Specs Miraidon. You'd have to think we're going to see an Electro Drift coming in here. Definitely not going to be a Trick Room coming out from the Lunala, of course. Tim locking this game up, and as we saw earlier on stream, very similarly to when we saw Alice, that is a lot of damage. Salt Vest Pokemon. One as bulky as Iron Hands, or Moongeist Beam will finish it up. But just as we saw earlier from one of our stream matches where we had Alistair on stream, even when it looks like you've got the game locked, you still play as safely and perfectly as you can. You can hear the round of applause in the background. Everybody very happy. We've got a bit of a crowd, a few spectators here. Tim probably a little bit more happy than Chris, unfortunately. Chris double eliminated, going to be our first eliminated player from the O2 Drop Invitational. Very unfortunate to see him go. He brought Ho-Oh. He got terrorized by Ho-Oh in Melbourne, and it wasn't able to give him the justice back home, unfortunately.
He did do really well at the last cup with Ho-Oh. So he did win the last Collector Cup with Ho-Oh facing Ashley in the finals.
He did, and that was the cup before Melbourne.
Correct. Yes.
Wait, no, was he using Ho? I thought
Yes,
he was
he
using.
was.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He was, and that was just before Melbourne. Correct. And he locked in the same team for Melbourne.
No. He wasn't running Ho. No, because I was going to run the winners team at Melbourne. He was running Karadon Lunala. I ran his team in
correct.
Melbourne. We both ran that. Yeah.
Gotcha.
And
Sorry.
that
Okay,
was
that's on
when-
me. Sorry.
I matched against 2 Ho-Ohs. I was 1-1 against him. Chris unfortunately hit 3 and didn't come off on the better end of that matchup, unfortunately. But the cookie crumbles the way the cookie will crumble.
I love that saying there.
Yeah, fantastic. One of my personal favorites here as well. And another one of my personal favorites is actually Chris Ma, who I think we're going to summon very shortly for an interview. We'll get both of them over here very shortly. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Stay tuned. We'll take a quick break and we'll have interviews with our 2 players. Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you, everybody, for waiting. Welcome back. Streaming at you from Perth to Earth, the O2 Drop, and all that. I'm joined by one of the O2 Drop panelists, it's Chris Ma, our first eliminated player, double eliminated from the O2 Drop Invitational. What happened, Chris?
Well, I don't like how it has eliminated under my name on the graphic. That was unnecessary.
I didn't make that decision. I apologize. I apologize on behalf of who did.
Sorry, boss. It's context for the stream.
It was a rough day. I didn't realize everyone taking this so seriously. Like, Kieran's using his VR tour team, some seriously cracked teams here, and here I am rocking up with Thunderbirds. Literally birds. I had Zapdos and Ho-Oh with Maridon. Yeah, I thought I'd be having some fun today, but I mean, the mind game started for this event weeks ago. Everyone had already had odds on everybody. There was flow charts on path to winning, and no one factored me in any of their path to victory or the odds. I think I was 3% to win and 42% to finish 8th. So I guess the numbers don't lie.
Yeah, the statistics that Pete dropped based off of simulating this tournament 1,000 times. Numbers don't lie, and Pete is a statistician, so I think he would stand by his sheet working out. But let's not talk about statistics and flowcharts. Let's talk about your team, the Thunderbirds. I love it. I have one particular question for you. I was talking with this about this with Warren while your match was happening. Leading into Melbourne, you won a cup.
I did.
You won with Karadon Lunala featuring local hero Brute Bonnet.
Yeah, it was Tupac, 2 Pussycats and Koala. You know, because you ran the same team.
Yes, I did. So I ran the team in Melbourne as well. I matched against 2 Ho-Oh. I was 1-1 against them. You matched against 3. You didn't fare as
In a
well.
row.
We certainly didn't. Us Westerners did not prepare for the Eastern Ho-Oh.
I thought it was a joke. Ho-Oh. I thought it was a joke.
I
And,
matched it, but I paired against Dim Nassim, and at the end of our match, when he demolished me, he said he also thought Ho-Oh was a joke. He didn't think it was real, and then he tested it, and then he bodied me. Was that inspiration for you bringing Ho-Oh today?
a bit of if you can't beat him, join him kind of thing.
Yeah.
I joked about running Miraidon Ho-Oh like a year ago in our O2 Drop interview with Justin Tang, fellow Tangang member Justin Tang, and I said like this Thunderbirds thing, like it will be a thing, and I thought I'm going to have the balls to actually bring it to an event. And I did, and I thought this is going to be the last event for the season for me. I want to have some fun with it. I thought the idea being that I thought the idea of being able to have this like a Scarf Lando tee with like an Earthquake next to like Ho-Oh and Zapdos behind like screens. I thought the core was solid. As I found out in round 1, the team doesn't really have a resist for Calyrex, Ice Rider, Glacial Lance. And if they get Trick Room up, just like Tim got Trick Room up in that second game for me, it's just really, this team cannot beat Trick Room. But, it was winning well on Showdown Ladder. Granted, it was the 1400s of Showdown Ladder, but I thought it was going to do better than it did. And feeling a little deflated, but at least I look great.
You do look great. You are easily the best dressed, and all of the casting team are in suits. But once again, you've done it. You've pulled it off. Jesse Romolo, eat your heart out. Take notes. This is the fit.
Jesse Romolo could never. Look, my time will come. People are sleeping on me. One day I'll win the big one, and I'll get to say I told you so to all my doubters.
Well, look, don't feel deflated. You were running the wrong Zapdos. It wouldn't have helped you against Trick Room. It wouldn't have helped you against Calyrex Ice.
Mm-hmm.
But you've got the Landorus, you've got the Scarf, you've got the Quake.
Yeah.
You don't have the Dis. You ran the wrong Zapdos, unfortunately. But let's not talk about Zapdos because you have PTSD from Zapdos.
The problem
yourself.
is because I'm running like it's a very bulky team. The Miraidon and the Ho-Oh I meant to live. I was actually surprised the Facade killed it. Maybe I should have calced that one better. But
I thought the crit mattered in game 1 and then
game 2.
Wow.
I wasn't on full HP in game 2. But so I didn't have the clear amulet on Ho-Oh. Very Incineroar weak, this team. So I was like, okay, I have to go a Defiant Mon. Not something good like Annihilate. I need something like niche to suit the Thunderbird team. So I went with Galarian Zapdos. But the idea is that it's Focus Sash. Most likely I can get Tailwind up turn 1 with it. And Incineroar I can just, as I did against Kieran, I can just Terra Ghost, dodge the fake out and kill with close combat at +1. But the problem is I versed like 2, mixed room, like Trick Room mode teams in a row. And I just didn't really prepare for that matchup properly. And also screens, it's a fraud. I'm never running screens again.
I don't like screens, but that might just be personal preference. I prefer to click big button.
Yep.
We love doing that here in Perth. We love our zoom and boom, of course. Not much zoom and or boom with Grimmsnarl. A decent amount of zoom with Zapdos, but again, your team is called Thunderbirds.
Yes,
You're not running the Thunderbird. It's the wrong Zapdos.
It's the restricted core. If you put together like the thunder and then the bird, the giant chicken, Ho-Oh. I'm not allowed to read out most of my nicknames, but Ho-Oh was Lava Chicken. And Galarian Zapdos Shiny is literally a Chocobo.
Yep.
Let's be honest. That was the nickname for that.
Valid Final Fantasy reference. I only know about Final Fantasy because of the recent Magic the Gathering.
Good games.
Never heard of a Chocobo.
I don't have time to play any other video games other than Pokemon because Pokemon's all consuming, unfortunately. But the idea was that you could the Grimmsnarl had Parting Shot, and you could like switch Ho-Oh out, get the Regenerator heal, Parting Shot the Ho-Oh back in that same turn into the Grimmsnarl slot, and then like take a resisted fairy attack or something like that. So it was meant to be more pivoty, but it didn't work today.
If only Parting Shot triggered your own Defiant.
That'd be nice.
We need contrary birds. Contrary birds. This is, shiny Galarian Zapdos named Chocobo is already very contrary on its own, I will say.
So you forgiven me for not running the right Zapdos?
Look, there's nothing to forgive because I was never upset with you. It's just an opinion I have. I think thematically it would have been more correct, but I'm not the one who built the Thunderbirds core, and I don't have this fabulous fit. So I'm probably not the best judge of that.
Yeah, look, I thought I was in fun with it. Everyone's in suits. I'm in full leopard print attire today, and look, outfit's probably the highlight of the day so far. It's been that sort of way for me. But at least I got to go on the stream. And I was devastated that me and Kieran didn't get streamed in round one. But if you're watching this, please listen to the O2 Drop podcast and subscribe. We would love some more subscribers, but also you get to go on our Discord and join in all our games. We've got a killer Mafia game going on our Discord this weekend.
And don't forget to follow @TheMaster on Twitter as well.
Yes, and if you want all the behind-the-scenes scandals from this O2 Drop Invitational, then listen to the podcast next week, and I will give you all the goss.
Well, the greatest scandal here being your fit, for sure. That is something we'll definitely talk about. But Chris, don't feel too deflated. As we said at the start of the day, the 8 best players statistically from Perth this season.
Eat that, Mark Murray, the best 8 players.
You might be the 8th best, but you're still one of the best. Don't feel deflated by being beaten by one of the other 7 or 2 of them.
It is rough getting beaten by Timothy Nurse, who is effectively, a 13-year-old child.
Well, yep. Anyway, thank you very much, Chris, for joining. We're going to wrap up this interview. We'll be back shortly. Warren will be doing a quick wrap-up with Tim, and then we'll get round 4 underway. Thank you very much, Chris.
No worries.
Sorry to see you eliminated, but hope you stick around and have fun for the rest of the day.
Yeah, I'll stick around. I'm on Team Dan Baguli. Dan Baguli to win.
We do love
fellow
Dan,
host of the O2 Drop.
Yes, and for me, fellow member of the 5-3 gang, represent. Sorry.
And now I can say I officially went O2 Drop at the O2 Drop Invitational.
You did it.
Thank you.
Was it intentional? We'll talk about that later.
Look, it's an interesting strategy. Did I do it for the bit? We'll never know. Did I throw? Maybe I did. Maybe I don't need the prize money.
All right, what you got to do for the bit is get out of here so we can wrap up the tournament. Thank you very much for joining us, Chris.
I'm out.
Thank you for waiting. Welcome back. We are live again with the O2 Drop, and here I have our second eliminated player. I know it's a bit tough, but let's say hi to Brendan Robeson. Robeson's actually has the Guinness World Record for the most number of locals attended. He does support our Pokemon community, and he's also the technician or the lead behind this huge stream. He's provided all the equipment, and he's done all the taping, the lighting, and thank you very much, Brandon, and
All good.
thanks for joining us.
Glad to be here.
And talk us through those past two games, obviously, against Alistair and now versus Peter. And again, I think people already know that you're the local Rockingham champion and you're a hard Trick Room enthusiast.
Well, I heard Diego was in the chat watching my match, so I was pretty embarrassed how badly I did. But no, I've had a great day. My goal was to beat Alistair. That didn't quite pan out. Then my next goal was the submarine. That didn't quite pan out. But, you know, I think I've beaten Chris in the rankings because my name starts with B and he starts with C, so at least I didn't come last.
I think you're the highest seeded player anyway. I mean, making it to the top 8 amongst Perth local scene was impressive anyway. But at the same time, you kept through to the O2 Drop podcast, so maybe there's a little tag there waiting for you as well. And if you could talk about, you know, what got you into playing Pokemon in the first place. And when it all started, because I do remember that you started really young and then you left for a bit and then you came back. So,
what got me into Pokemon? From memory, it was just popular at my school. Everyone was getting the games, so I asked my parents, you know, can I get it as well? And yeah, they surprised me. I think it was for my birthday, I want to say. Got the games and yeah, been addicted ever since.
oh, nice. And which was like your starting point? Like, which game did you first play?
I am a Gen 1er, so I started with
Okay.
Red and Blue.
Red and Blue.
On the Game Boy, with the link cable and all that fun jazz.
Cool, awesome. And then the tough question, Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Charmander. Which one is
Oh,
it?
has to be Squirtle.
Oh,
Has to be
okay,
Squirtle.
okay. I'm personally a Charmander fan. I just
Okay.
love Charizard,
That's a
but
good choice.
the O2 Drop, ranked me a little below, apparently, because I'm a big Charizard fan, but, I don't take that personally, but it's cool. And talk us through about, the setup and all that as well.
Like my team?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
I'm using Enamorous, which was built with Bravado built the team, and a few others put some input into it. And yeah, I've always liked hard Trick Room. I think the team's solid. You just got to make very aggressive reads with it. It's very reliant on the reads, and yeah, unfortunately today I just couldn't make the reads and got punished.
I remember I played against you with this team at the last cup in Canningville, and you just pulled a clean 2-0 against me, and I was really taken aback by Enamorous itself, because Choice Spec, Terra, Fairy under Trick Room does so much damage, and I just couldn't come back.
So I missed the question. What was the question?
No. I'm saying
I'm just spacing out.
Oh,
Sorry.
no, that's okay. It happens. No, I'm saying I played you at the at the last cup which we had in Cannington, and you just clean 2-0'd me there.
Oh, yeah.
And I was just very taken aback by Choice Specs Enamorous, because it's not very it's not a meta. It's not very popular in the current meta. You don't see a lot of them running around.
It's Yeah, it catches a lot of people by surprise. It's really nice. It can underspeed a lot of the big threats like Ursaluna, and it just deals massive damage. And Terra Fairy, Moonblast, Choice Specs. Yeah, not much can survive it.
Correct. Yeah. So the season's over. We're gonna have a Worlds after party down south. So I'm really excited for that.
Yeah,
We're just gonna cheer on Kieran, Peter, and obviously Alistair. And shout out to our local Perth player Masayoshi Kuro, who's not here but back in Japan, but still a Perth local according to us. And what's your lessons from this season that you want to plan forward to the next one?
Next season, I think just keep doing what I'm doing, just try and learn each day, try different teams, meet new people, just keep learning the meta, and just keep trying to improve.
Awesome, thank you. And I think that's all the time we have. I'm sorry, folks. I will be cutting into the next game very soon. And Brandon, thanks for staying around, and best of luck, I guess, in the next season.
Thank you. Thanks for having
No
me.
worries. Thank you.
Catch ya.
Cheers.
Welcome back, trainers. I am back here with my friend and caster, Jared Clappin. Jared, how's your day going today?
Yeah, pretty good, man. Pretty good. I'm very much enjoying being here. It's a great vibe. I've been doing a little bit of stream directing in between casting, keeping up to date with the heads-up display. It's good fun.
It's great, and I mean, a great time to shout out Brendan Robeson, friend of the show, who actually set up most of this. That overlay that you've been seeing at home watching this, that was all set up by Brendan, and he has just done a fantastic job, as I'm sure you'd agree.
Yeah, for sure. Like this whole setup couldn't really be happening without him. He's the one who champions our local streams of events, brings his whole PC setup. It's really, really been good to have him.
Absolutely. Yeah. He has done fantastic work. Much better job than was done putting up the plushies on the window behind us. Keen-eyed viewers may have noticed that the wall of plushies behind us has been slowly eroding as the duct tape failed to hold and they fell to the floor.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Fortunately for us, we do have a fantastic backdrop behind us, courtesy of Collector in Bayswater, where we're hosting this event. If anyone lives in Perth or are planning on visiting and haven't checked it out, and you are interested in Pokemon merch, such as trading cards or the like, then definitely come down to Collector and check it out. This is a fantastic store, and thank you so much to Collector for hosting us today.
It's good vibes. Yeah. They've been very accommodating for us in all of our previous streams and this one. So yeah, big thanks to Collector.
Absolutely. Now moving on, we have another fantastic match coming up for everyone. We have the what's referred to as the losers bracket. We've got Daniel Biguli versus Peter Vowles. Both of them are on 1 win and 1 loss. That puts them at elimination point, which essentially means that whoever loses here will be out of the running. Whoever wins will still be in with a chance, but will still be on a knife's edge to make it to the end of the day. Yeah.
In this double elimination format, it's just one loss to another player of a match, not a game, but a match, leaves you fighting for your life basically for the whole rest of it. And Dan and Pete both had that in the first round. So Dan went on to, we saw last round, defeat Chris, and off stream Pete knocked Robeson out. So now they're Dan on stream still and Pete on stream for the first time to keep themselves in the tournament again. But of course, only one of them going to be able to move on.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, it's going to be very tight. These two have come up against each other multiple times at our local events here in Perth, and I'd say it's impossible to tell which of the two has the better win record because it's such a tight match every time they play against each other. It would definitely be an interesting one to watch.
Oh, yeah, for sure. They definitely have comments on it when we interview them after this, but yeah, like for the regular players, like we've all come up against each other so many times at locals that it's very different to the average streamed tournament match because it's like almost always we're players that know each other very well and like have downloaded to a fairly decent degree how we play, the sorts of things that we do. A lot of us can get in each other's heads.
Oh, absolutely. I think the really interesting thing whenever we watch a game versus Daniel versus Peter, it's really interesting to watch because Pete is probably better at playing the game, but Dan is better at playing the man, if that makes sense. He's very good at downloading Pete's plays, and quite often when Dan wins, it's because he's able to either get inside Pete's head or just make the correct reads, which is just always so impressive to watch.
That is, yeah. I'll back up I'll stand by that assessment. To be honest, yeah, that feels correct to me.
Great, good stuff. What do we want to talk about the teams that the two of them are running? Dan has obviously been featured already in his game against Kieran, but if you want to give us a bit of a refresher about what he's bringing today.
Yeah, man. For those who didn't see last round, it's Dan's running the Eclipse team. It's Koraidon Lunala. It's that very offensive Life Orb variant of Koraidon. I believe it's Adamant, but that hasn't been confirmed yet. Has his own little Trick Room mode with Lunala, Ursaluna, Incineroar, and he's got the Ditto for a little bit of variance and the ability to copy himself for restricted.
Little bit of restricted theft, as it were.
A little bit. Adding Dan, definitely a player that likes to add a little bit of variance to his matches, I think. And like Ditto is one of those mons that you can kind of leverage in order to like get in people's heads a little bit. Like your opponent having to think about, okay, he could copy any one of these mons in any slot at any time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it goes back to what we were saying about Dan, of him just being fantastic at getting inside people's heads, knowing exactly what's going on. Ditto is great for players like that because you can absolutely make those reads on when that restricted is going to switch in or switch out, and it allows you to figure out the perfect time to bring in the Ditto for maximum value.
Yeah, unfortunately didn't manage to do it against Kieran last round, but will be trying his luck again versus Peter here. And speaking of Peter, what have we got on his side?
Yeah, so Peter's running a very offensive team. He's running the Calyrex Shadow Rider and Miraidon, or Calyrex Shadow Ride-On, if you will.
Don't have a better name for that.
Both very, very, very strong offensively, fast, hard-hitting special attackers. Pete has gone for quite a defensive set on his Calyrex with both the defensive Terra in the Dark type and the defensive item of the Focus Sash. Clearly, he wants it to remain on the field for as long as possible. He's running the Nasty Plot, which means he's probably looking to do some setting up to keep that Calyrex there, get that boost to his special attack, and then just put out insane offensive pressure with those Astral Barrages. Miraidon with the choice specs, clearly just all out on the offense. This is a very standard set we've seen with the Terra Fairy and the Dazzling Gleam, along with the Electrical and Dragon coverage in order to put out very big damage. Next to these two threatening special attackers, we've also got the Choice Scarf Chiyu as well, which does a couple of things. The first thing is it's very threatening to opposing Calyrex Shadow Riders, which is, of course, something you'd want to watch out for. Someone who is running Shadow Rider yourself, given that they threaten each other, and Chiyu is an excellent check to that. The other thing it does as well is it just threatens more of that special attack damage, and also with the Beads of Ruin, it's boosting the special attack output of that Calyrex, of that Miraidon, and so you're just threatening insane amounts of damage.
For sure, it's really great in the mirror and against a lot of other restricteds, like with it and the Miraidon and the Lunala. There's so much dominance of these special attacking restricteds, I feel like, and Chiyu's just great both into and to support that.
Absolutely. Fantastic all-round pick. Supporting that core, he's got the fake-out cycling of Iron Hands and Incineroar. Iron Hands holding the standard Assault Vest, Incineroar holding the Rocky Helmet. That allows them to kind of cycle through. Iron Hands picking up that fake-out and putting out good offensive damage, boosted by the electric terrain from the Miraidon. And then obviously Incineroar as well, being able to cycle that Intimidate to keep his own Pokemon safe from physical hits. Finally rounding that out, he's got the Whimsicott for the speed control. It's holding the Covert Cloak, so it can't be faked out, which means it's very likely to get Tailwind up as soon as it's going. Then it's also got the Encore and the, I believe, Light Screen to help assist its team further. So that's Pete's team. I think it's a very well-rounded team. A lot of offensive options, and I think Dan's going to have to play very carefully in order to navigate that without just getting cleaned up.
Yeah, for sure. That's a scary-looking team. A lot less of a Trick Room focused team than we're used to Pete running. He's a bit of a fiend for the Trick Room, just like Robeson. But this is a very fast, very hard-hitting team with probably the exception of the Incineroar. But that's just such a staple at slowing down other teams and like supporting your own boosting mons.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, I think the players are just about getting ready to start, so we'll jump over to that shortly. Do you have any thoughts on who might be picking this game up?
I don't know. So Dan's obviously got access to a fast and a slow mode with Tailwind and Trick Room. Pete with no ability to set or unset his own Trick Room this time. So Dan might be able to have a better time running that Trick Room. But Pete with pretty overwhelming damage options to try and stop that from coming out. Whimsicott with the Encore as well. A lot of Trick Room teams can stop that from being an issue with either Farigiraf or with DD, but Pete with neither of those priority denial mons here. Dan rather with neither of those priority denial mons and his Trick Room setter Lunala not having Dark typing or Terror, so no real ability to stop that.
No, you really need to play around that with the switch. If you are clicking Trick Room in front of a Whimsicott, you do really need to be careful of getting locked into that Trick Room and turning it off for yourself immediately the following turn. So if you are clicking Trick Room with a Pokemon in front of a Whimsicott, you need to get that Pokemon out of there. Unless you've got a move that's going to move before the Encore, such as a Wide Guard.
He does have the Wide Guard.
The Wide Guard itself does allow it to have options to prevent that from happening, but it's still not overly optimal to be locked into a Wide Guard with one of your restricted Pokemon.
Of course, though, this Lunala, unlike Robeson's unlike Kieran's that we saw, isn't the seed. No, whose Lunala was the one with the electric seed?
I'm not sure we've seen that today, but it is a commonly seen. I
could have sworn we saw one.
No, it's typically more commonly run on the Miraidon teams, but we did see the Electric Seed Volcarona on Kieran Singh, or possibly we've seen it and I can't remember.
Yeah. What was our last round? It was Chris versus...
it was Christopher Marr versus Timothy Nurse.
Versus Tim, yeah. Tim had the Seed Lunala with no Miraidon himself. So just like as an answer, I think for no, they both had Miraidons. Yeah. But point being, this is Lunala that doesn't have to give up a one-time boost if it wants to switch out from the electric terrain. So
and that leftovers as well with the bulk from the shadow shield that's provided, it can kind of take those hits, kind of heal that back up with the leftovers, and quite often heal back up to full, refresh that shadow shield so that it's proccing all over again. And it just makes that Lunala very, very difficult to actually smash through, even with an offensive team such as Pete's.
Yeah, such a good mon to have the leftovers on. I think Lunala does tend to really like get to sit around a lot with the shadow shield to make it very difficult to one shot off the bat. With wide guard giving it a lot of defensive capabilities, it's not a boosting Lunala like we've seen a lot of. We've seen a lot of either with the seed to defense boost or with the meteor beam. But no, not a boosting Lunala this one, so not able to set up. But
no, I think in this case, Dan has built this Lunala to function purely on its merit. It does have a fairly strong special attack stat just as a base, so sometimes you don't even need that +1 from the Meteor Beam and from the Carmine to be able to output good damage. Sometimes all you need is reliable damage from a Pokemon that's hard to hit hard, and that is just able to sit there and do its job.
Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see the team preview for these players, but we will be switching into their match just as soon as it starts up in about 30 seconds. We've had our players cycling their power and setting the rules and everything. And
just making sure we're not going to have any technical issues halfway through the match.
Yeah, they're just about set up now. And Dan's not to disclose anything, but Dan's got a couple of nicknames which we've opted to keep off the stream. So, yeah. But they're just starting to get into game now. So here we go.
All right, so we have the lead with the Miraidon and the Incineroar versus Dan bringing his Lunala and Incineroar.
Yeah, so a pretty passive lead, I think, from Dan's side, but is threatening that Trick Room.
Absolutely threatening the Trick Room. The concern here for Dan is, for Pete rather, is that with his choice specs on his Miraidon, it's a very easy target for the fake out. Lunala has that Shadow Shield, so it will be hard to smack through in a single hit, even with a move that's 4 times effective with the knockoff from Incineroar. So Pete's going to need to figure out a way that he's actually able to stop the Lunala from clicking Trick Room button, which from here would be a pretty difficult thing to achieve.
For sure. We did see, though, in our round in Dan's round against Kieran that Dan has a relatively slow Incineroar, and Pete has his own Incineroar out, which on a faster team might be min speed, similar to the Iron Hands. But we see here that's the Incin on Pete's side going first, so no fake out into the Miraidon.
Yep, so that's a fake out, and just a Volt Switch into the Lunala, repositioning and breaking that Shadow Shield, expecting that the Trick Room is likely to go up here. Peter is probably repositioning to better accommodate for that.
It's a great neutral play, a great way to reset, and here it is, that's the Iron Hand. It's going to be very good if Lunala does go for this Trick Room.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, coming in on that electric terrain, which both boosts Iron Hand's attack stat and also just provides a boost to the wild charge that Iron Hands has, it is suddenly a very credible threat for Peter's side of the field.
Hand's in a great spot here. Yeah, both Incins on the field, so Dan not going to be able to easily just swap that out and back in to get the attack drop on Hands, but it's going to require two entire turns to do. So
yeah, absolutely. So it'll be a question of what Dan will look to do here, whether or not he'll keep his Pokemon in and try to swing with the Trick Room, knowing that the Iron Hand is probably moving first, or if he'll try to reposition into a board state that is better for him.
Lunala, of course, threatening super effective damage on the Hands, so sitting pretty with good damage output, yes, but a little threatened. I doubt it's liable to be one shot by anything that Dan can go for, being such a bulky mon with the Assault Vest. But
and there is the Terrestrialization on the Lunala into the Fairy type. This provides defense from the knockoff coming in from the Incineroar, and also boosts the Moonblast into the Iron Hands if that is what Dan chose to do. Ooh, and that is a KO from the Iron Hands. That Wild Charge boosted by the terrain, as mentioned, does take out the Lunala.
Damn, hard to deal with, hard to do anything to resist that without the Electric Seed on this variant, and without the Shadow Shield up. So Han's just gonna take out this Mon straight up without letting Dan. Sorry, Pete's gonna take out this Mon straight up without letting Dan get any use out of his Terror.
Yeah, and there's the Incineroar with the knockoff wars as they're each getting those knockoffs into not very effective hits, but taking out the items, which can in itself be a good play.
Yeah, no Assault Vest anymore for the Incin, but not going to matter if Dan's not got any special attackers to take advantage of it left with the Lunala now gone.
Exactly. Here comes Ursaluna. Ursaluna very strong in the Trick Room. Dan may still be in a pretty good spot here. Ursaluna not burned yet, but obviously once that burn does occur, the Guts will allow it with its Facade to be putting out very strong damage. There's also the possibility of Headlong Rush, even without the burn, which is threatening a bunch of damage on either of Pete's current Pokemon.
Yeah, liable still possibly to take out the hands from this HP. Probably not the Incin, like a non-Guts Headlong is still very strong,
a lot of damage.
I don't think...
And that is super effective.
Yeah, it is. It is super effective, but
Dan
Pete's
opting to
Incin
play it passive just by protecting, just so that he does guarantee get that burn on the Ursaluna.
dodges the low kick. Ursaluna, not that heavy a Mon, not as heavy as a lot of the restricted Mons, but still going to take a lot of damage from a low kick.
A lot. Once again, that is super effective. That Flare Blitz doing very little, and the parting shot going out to decrease the Incineroar's attack stat even further.
True, going to make it do even less. Incineroar with a Rocky Helmet. Liable to be very defensively invested, so you would expect it to be able to take hits from Ursaluna, and
well, certainly not anymore now that the Flame Orb burn is going to proc.
For sure. But Pete leaving it in there, showing that he doesn't want to risk switching in something in the back to a potentially very strong hit from the Ursaluna.
No, but bringing in the Miraidon, which is interesting. It is slower under Trick Room than the Ursaluna and weak to the ground coverage. The other issue that it's facing is even if it does try to terrestrialize out of that ground weakness, it may still fall just to a neutral Facade. We know that Ursaluna puts out insane amounts of damage with that Facade once it is under that burn condition.
For sure. I don't know if a standard fast specs Miraidon could tank a Facade from the thing. Terra Fairy, so there's really nothing Pete can do short of doubling back out to stop a very strong hit from the Ursaluna. But of course, doubling out, good option for him, I think.
It looked absolutely
but
good
not
option.
Go for it.
Instead, just appearing to go for the terrestrialization into the Fairy type on the Miraidon. It does remove the ground type weakness, but we will have to see if that does make a difference here.
Perhaps Pete trying to read and isn't going to... Oh my goodness.
And the low kick, it's slower than the Ursaluna. That is not something I expected to see.
It is possibly a speed tie as they're both base 50. But Pete showing that Iron Hands as a real answer to Trick Room teams, but winning what is presumably a speed tie here and managing to take out that Ursaluna in one shot.
Oh, that is not good for Dan. He is in a very poor situation. We'll have to see if that Ditto is able to come back in and pick up the 1v4. It's not entirely unrealistic. It is going to be copying the Miraidon.
Going into that slot, yep.
So that is in a decent spot. It will be speed tying with this Miraidon, so it will be interesting to see which one does go first in this Trick Room. But we also see whether or not it's able to stand in face of that Electric Drain boosted Iron Hands, because that in itself will be putting out a lot of damage.
Do you think low kick takes into account the Mon that's been transformed into, or the original way? Presumably, given it brought that Ditto to the stash, the Mon that it's transformed into.
Yes, I believe that is the case. There's the Electro Drift into the Miraidon.
Ooh.
A critical hit, so...
You think that mattered?
It may well have. I'm not entirely sure. Ditto is not holding the choice spec that Miraidon usually holds, so it is missing out on some of the damage that you would typically see.
The neutral hit, though.
Miraidon. It is a neutral hit. I think Dan was also trying to figure out whether or not that did pick it up to scout for future games, and unfortunately he was not given that information.
No information
taken away
gained.
from him by the critical hit.
I know. Manages to win the speed tie, though. Gets one back, but much less impactful than the previous one. Losing that Ursaluna, very rough for him. And not gonna be able to bring that back, I don't think.
Yeah, so Dan once again clicking a move, but the fake out is going to mean it doesn't matter.
The fake out's going to be the takeout for Pete. Coming up to game one. One game ahead of Dan in this best of three. So what do you think they're going to make any adjustments?
I'd be surprised. I think that first turn looked very, very good for Dan. You know, he got the trick room up with the Lunala, a very comfortable spot, but Pete was just able to maneuver that excellently, getting that Iron Hands in, and Iron Hands just being such a strong threat in the trick room with that terrain boosting.
Yeah.
I think perhaps Dan may try for the game plan and hope to win the speed tie with the Ursaluna in the following game in order to be able to pick up that Iron Hands before the Iron Hands picks it up. But it'll be really interesting to see whether or not these players do decide to go for the same tactics or perhaps switch it up. Obviously, that didn't work so well for Dan that turn, so he may be looking to try a different approach.
For sure. A few pretty rough turns for Dan there, but still haven't seen much evidence that Pete's team can do anything really against the Trick Room sweep strategy from him, against just sending out that hands, hoping it wins the speed tie or lives some hits and sending some damage down. So I think maybe just a slightly cleaner played intro to that game for Dan might be his best strategy. But I also can't really see much of an adjustment from Pete that could be any better than that either. That's a pretty good counter that he managed to pull off in game one against Dan's Trick Room.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, you know, he's only got one answer to the Trick Room, but it's a good answer that's working for him. I think that Iron Hands is fantastically reliable as a Trick Room answer. It does have, you know, a very, very strong bulk side of it. You know, very good physical defense and special defense boosted by that assault vest that it's holding. So it does take a lot to take it out, and it is able to sit there outputting a lot of damage. I believe we are going to game 2 now, so we'll bring that up.
Very, very reminiscent of those Sun hyper offense teams that have just all speed Butterfish and the Torkoal there, both to set the Sun and to dissuade Trick Room from other teams.
And speaking of Sun, we have Jumpluff gracing the field for the first time this game. Jumpluff, of course, being boosted by the Sun with that chlorophyll means it will likely be moving first, and with the covert cloak that it's holding, it is not at all threatened by the fake out on the Incineroar.
He's looking pretty in pink here and sped up by that chlorophyll. Dan's looking to switch things up, threatening now the Tailwind against Pete. I'm sure not something that he was expecting. And Incin here, not going to be able to threaten the jump off with a fake out, but in Sun, Flare-Blitz is going to do a lot of damage, though.
That is a lot of damage, and Koraidon has slightly less damage as it has been intimidated by the Incineroar on that first turn as well, so that's also something Dan will need to consider.
There it goes, though. Not going to do anything turn 1. He's going to switch straight out into the Ditto.
Ooh, interesting
and take that
play.
bike.
Yeah. I mean, he copies the Miraidon, which is good, but you better hope that it's not going to just be taken out this turn by moves that were clicked into the jump off slot.
For sure. Knows that the Incin's not going to fake out into that slot, though. So not
there
afraid
is the fake out into the Koraidon.
Yep. He's going to opt to protect himself from, even at -1, Life Orb Koraidon going to do a lot of damage. Pretty much anything.
Still threatening. The Volt Switch out, presumably trying to pick up the knockout on that jump off. Is instead doing not a lot to this now quad-resisted foam Miraidon that's happening on the field.
It does serve to break the stash, though.
Absolutely, yes, that is very relevant. And Calyrex Shadow Rider coming out, now the fastest thing on the field, as Dan did not opt to set Tailwind with his jump off.
No, yeah, an interesting choice to pivot that jump off out. May have lost it if he left it in against that Volt Switch, but not gonna have a speed advantage now into Pete. But
no speed advantage, and now currently very worried about the damage coming out from that Calyrex with no Focus Sash left on the Miraidon and on the Ditto that's become Miraidon, and no Protect on that Miraidon's move slots. That Ditto, the Ditidon, as it were, is in danger, shall we say?
Oh yeah, for sure. With Miraidon being one of the offensive legendaries, but still having a much better HP stat than Ditto.
Yes.
Ditto invested in HP. It's probably still not, probably pretty similar to uninvested Miraidon, actually.
Of course.
I'm not really sure, but we're going to see an Astral Barrage come out.
We will see if the Ditto takes the hit. It does. Relying on Miraidon's base special defense to keep it alive.
When here comes the Flame Charge.
Flame Charge into the Calyrex Shadow Rider, which means this Koraidon will be faster than it in the following turn.
Big damage. Dan showing he doesn't need the Tailwind to get that speed boost, and showing
sure.
that he's not bothered by the Intimidate.
No.
Just gonna start setting up his speed on that Koraidon, saying, I've got Terra, I've got Sun, I'm gonna kill you.
Absolutely. So pivoting out that Ditto so that it can come in a following turn and bring the jump fluff back, potentially to set Tailwind or to potentially use one of its other support moves. It's got the Sleep Powder, which once the electric terrain goes down will be threatening to Pete's side of the field. It's also got the Rage Powder, which should serve to keep the Koraidon alive in the face of damage that may take it out.
True. Koraidon now, though, -2 taking a parting shot. So set up well in the speed department, but not sure how confident he's going to be in the damage.
Potentially lacking in the damage, absolutely. Typically, that close combat with a Life Orb will serve to threaten a KO on opposing Miraidon, which is why it was built in the first place. But now at -2, that's probably going to be looking at about half of the Miraidon's HP. So it's going to be a question of whether or not it's worth keeping Koraidon on the field at this point.
Yeah. Of course, however, opting to pivot out puts one of his other mons in danger. You would have to think presumably it would be that Ditto now on low HP and without the focus sash, bringing it into a Miraidon to copy it would be good, but he's risking giving the Calyrex another boost, and we're sure he doesn't want to do that.
No, absolutely not. Yes, so there's the Protect. He's keeping it on the field. He's not switching it out. And a double Protect, in fact. Protect from the Koraidon and from the Calyrex. Jump off goes to the Tailwind there, keeping the speed control for when Koraidon is off the field and potentially for when that Ditto or other Pokemon come back in. And Koraidon going for that Volt Switch into the Protect, so it is not going anywhere.
Interestingly, if Dan had opted to switch in the Ditto and copy that Miraidon, it may have lived that quad-resisted Volt Switch.
It certainly may have done, although it may not be a risk one is willing to take. That Koraidon now in a very good spot, even with that -2, still in a good spot to potentially take out that Calyrex. The Calyrex Protect is down, so it doesn't have a lot to keep it safe without just hard switching off the board.
Yeah.
Jumpluff doesn't have a whole heap that it can use to threaten the Miraidon, but it can use that Rage Powder to keep the Koraidon on the field for as long as possible.
Pete, I think that previous turn, anticipating that Dan would not want to risk giving the Calyrex a boost and know that even at -2, Koraidon still going to be able to pick up this Calyrex and want to go for that, but Dan reading even further into that and not opting to attack into the protecting himself and not getting taken out by the Koraidon. But here comes the Ditto, and it's copied the Calyrex.
Yeah, so Ditto Rex now is threatening a lot of damage into Pete's side of the thing.
Pete switches it out.
Switching out his own Calyrex in order to keep it safe from presumably a Koraidon Flame Charge. That Koraidon going to -3 attack. It is now significantly lower in terms of how much damage it can put out. That Flame Charge likely going to do precious little to the Incineroar here. And there it is, barely a scratch.
Yeah. To be honest, still surprised it did that much into a resisted hit at -3, but this is Terrafire Koraidon with Life Orb in Sun. But
and
now
there's
it's dead.
the Volt Switch to take out the Koraidon and allow that Miraidon to reposition, quite possibly back into that Calyrex Shadow Rider, or we will see whatever Pete has in the back for their fall.
Dan now relying on his impersonated version of Pete's Calyrex to try and lay some damage down during this Tailwind.
And there is the Iron Hands, the 4th Pokemon on Pete's team. Obviously not threatening a fake out into that Calyrex, but as we saw from the previous games, it is threatening a significant amount of damage.
For sure it is. And Assault Vest likely going to mean that the Ditto Calyrex not going to be able to take it out with a super effective Psychic. But Incin on very low HP. Calyrex probably liable to pick that up with a resisted Astral Barrage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, Pete does have his Terrestrialization still available to him. So if he wants to keep the Iron Hands safe, he may opt to go for a Terra Bug there, just to keep it safe from the Moonblast coming out from the Lunala. But Dan is still threatening massive amounts of damage. He's got the Tailwind up, so quite likely both of his Pokemon are moving before both of Pete's. That Astral Barrage for the widespread damage. Both Ghost types on Dan's side of the field, so Pete can't even fake out either of them.
Yeah, two Mons sitting there in front of the hands with a fake out active, just knowing that not going to be able to do anything for him. But of course, a terrain boosted Wild Charge. We saw how strong that is.
Very strong, but Pete does still need to get through this Lunala's Shadow Shield, so he will need to do quite a lot to put a dent in.
True. See what he opts for this turn.
All right, so we've got the Terrestrialization coming out.
There it is. the bug, we would presume.
Yes,
there we
Terra
go.
Bug onto the Iron Hands, keeping it safe from that Moonblast from the Lunala. No terrestrialization coming out from Dan side as he has already terrestrialized his Koraidon, so that Moonblast is not going to be doing quite as much as it could.
That's a protect from the Ditto Calyrex, so that Terra Bug is not going to save him from anything this turn.
The critical hit likely not mattering. That Lunala does have a lot of damage output.
Yeah, surely not mattering as a neutral hit into the Incin. It's bulky mon for sure, but Moonblast going to pick that up, I think. Protect showing itself as very, very good play that turn, dodging that big damage from Iron Hands.
Yes, for sure. That Wild Charge absolutely would have been taking out that Ditto there. So Pete figuring out what to bring in. We know he's got both of his restricteds in the back. He's got the Calyrex and the Miraidon. And there is the Calyrex. Pete likely looking to stall out the Tailwind and then try to win some speed ties against Dan's Ditto Rex.
He's got one turn of Tailwind left to go. He's got Protect available on his Calyrex.
Yes, so that could be an interesting play. Or potentially predicts that Dan will go, or predicts that Dan will predict the Protect and doesn't click it in the hope that it's not targeted.
Very interested to see what Dan's going to do here. He's got a lot of options. Has the ability to set Trick Room now on this last turn of Tailwind, knowing that Pete's going to want to stall it out. But that's just going to give Hands the opportunity to be the slowest thing in the field and make his Ditto Calyrex not as much of a threat. So
yeah, for sure. And there is the Protect from Pete's Calyrex. He is going to try to stall out that last turn of Tailwind and then hopefully win the speed tie against the Ditto Rex. Astral Barrage coming out and not really doing a whole heap with that Iron Hands. That Assault Vest is putting in good work. Moongeist Beam into the Iron Hands to try to pick out some more damage, and that is also doing a fair chunk.
That animation is so pretty on the too, isn't it?
Oh, it is gorgeous.
Looks so nice just watching these games at full frame rate with pretty minimal drops. There's a few there, but
we're not sponsored.
No.
Yet. Nintendo give us money. We are seeing that Tailwind peter out. It is now Pete in a very good spot as he is not going to be... your Dan no longer has that Dittorex on the field, so the Calyrex Shadow Rider will now be the fastest thing on the field.
Peters out the Tailwind, and Jumpluff come out to threaten another one, but not boosted by Chlorophyll this time, so going to be outsped by the Calyrex. No option to set the sun back up for Dan.
No.
But he is threatening a Sleep Powder, though Pete has the ability to reset that Electric Terrain with the Miraidon in the back.
Yeah, he's threatening the Sleep Powder. He's also threatening the Wide Guard from the Lunala. So while it may look like it's just an easy Astral Barrage from Pete, if he clicks Astral Barrage and then the Wide Guard comes out, that is a wasted turn.
You reckon a Leaf Storm from Jumpluff would pick up the Calyrex from that health?
I'm not particularly familiar with my Jumpluff health, but I'd be very interesting to see. That being said, Pete just goes for the Astral Barrage anyway, which does pick up the Lunala through Shadow Shield.
Oh, that's a crit.
Oh, that may have ended up mattering.
Can't see it, but the look on Dan's face over there would imply that crit mattered. Shadow Shield able to let that quad effective hit be tanked at neutral from the Calyrex.
And there's the Tailwind for the lone Jumpluff to see if it can clinch it out. About to hit a Wild Charge, not boosted by the terrain this time, but still plenty to take out that Jumpluff and secure the game for Peter Vowles.
That's super rough down a game, and the players are shaking hands, so you'd have to imagine that totally over. There it is.
And that is game. But of course, we will be coming back shortly with that interview. But for now, I think that was a very interesting game to watch. You know, Dan trying to bring both modes in the first game with the Trick Room and in the second game with that Tailwind, and was just unfortunately outdone in both of those modes by the way that Peter was able to play.
Yeah, I'm sensing a bit of a pattern here today. Once again, we've seen a 2-0, but not a 2-0 that was overwhelmingly dominant in one player's favor. It was a 2-0 where both games were very back and forth, very positional, very interesting to watch.
Yeah, of course. It would have been very interesting to see how that game played out if that Lunala did not get the critical hit and was able to tank that hit from the Astral Barrage. Getting that Tailwind up, it may have been outspeeding that Calyrex, depending on the investment that Daniel has in it.
Yeah, for sure.
It may have then subsequently been threatening a knockout with that Moongeist Beam, and it would have put Pete in a very vulnerable situation.
For sure. With Tailwind doubling your speed, it doesn't take very much investment at all to get a Lunala outspeeding a Calyrex.
Yeah, for sure.
Max. But yeah, Dan not opting to go for the Wide Guard and block that Astral Barrage, likely knowing that without a crit he can live that, but unfortunately, if you take that risk, you're liable to get punished one in 26 times, whatever crit rate is.
Exactly. It is not a high chance. Unfortunately, it is what happened to Dan that round, but I'm sure you can talk more about it with him in the losers interview, which will be coming up very shortly.
For sure. We're going to hear from him very soon, so don't go anywhere. Beauty. All right. Hello, everyone. We're back with the unfortunately eliminated Dan Baguli. How you feeling after that, dude?
What the hell? You giving me eliminated underneath my name and everything?
I know. Hey, we did it for Chris. It's only fair. Yeah. It provides a bit of a context because we don't unfortunately have any heads-up display to give us a full overview of the bracket for today.
No.
Apologies to people who've been asking for that, but this is each stream I think is a step for us. We've got more and more features each time as we learn how to do stuff. But yeah. So that's gonna be that for you for today. Yeah. You
Get to go home.
You think if you yeah. Go get a McFlurry.
Yeah.
You think if you didn't get crit that game, you would have pulled that out?
I had the game plan, so obviously I clicked Tailwind on Jump Off.
Yeah.
That just wasn't for the Jump Off.
Yeah.
I targeted the Iron Hands with my Moon guy, so the plan was, hey, I'm calced to live an Astral Barrage.
Yeah, for sure, right?
Then I'll kill the Iron Hands and get Tailwind up, easy. And then I was like, wait a second, I didn't live that, and it was dead. So
yeah, that's unfortunate, man. Yeah,
it happens.
That's like we called it out on the cast that like that's something that you can spec it to live, and the expression on your face said it all, I think. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. I mean, that's Pokemon, right?
Yeah. What would you have done game 3 if you'd won that? Would you have gone for the Tailwind strategy again, or tried to play Trick Room out differently?
Maybe win a speed tie in Trick Room would have been good. I definitely think it was like a hard matchup because there's a lot of fake out, there's a lot of Terra Ghosts, so I'm like, how do I get this up reliably? And there's an Iron Hand, so yeah. I think it was just like, at that point I was just looking at game 2, like how do I do this? So
playing with Ditto, you're always going to have a lot of speed ties, but Pete's one Trick Room deterrence and response being the min speed -50 tying with your Ursaluna is pretty rough.
Yeah. I mean, it happens.
Yeah. Other than like, it seemed like Trick Room was a pretty good strategy for you against Pete, with hands being his only sort of thing. But like he positioned it really well. He won the speed ties. I think if things had gone a little differently, Trick Room could be a good mode.
Yeah,
for you
exactly.
There, right?
I think like contemplating just hard pivoting Ursaluna in turn 1 is also an option, because I'm always like, I guess my last interview, I was too scared to like U-turn when theirs is faster in Trick Room. So I'm like, what if I get knocked off? But I mean,
no, that's rough. It's like it's a lot of mind games here, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
Mark said Mark said before this round that Pete, a master of playing the player, playing the game rather. Dan, a master of playing the man. So it's and yeah, didn't quite go that way in game one.
No.
Yeah.
Oh well, hopefully I win this door prize, right?
Yeah, man, it's gone. It's under your seat there now, but
McFallen.
yeah. Here you go. Give it a little.
Thank you. I've been gifted this. I win.
There you go. That's it. It's just you have to be. All you have to do is show up and yeah. Well played, man. Well played. Yep.
I know the disrespect of my name there.
Sorry, man. What if I go eliminated? Love heart. Is that better?
Yes.
Yeah. Is that better?
Yeah. This is gonna go like there. It is.
There you go.
Excellent.
Yeah. Eliminated, but still cool. Oh, you did good, man.
Thank
It
you.
was a pleasure to see you on stream. You got 2 stream matches.
I did.
That's pretty good.
Lost both.
No.
You should have streamed my round 1 match, guys. Come on.
Yeah. Unfortunate, man. Well, thanks for chatting.
No worries.
We're going to get Pete over in just a sec. So once again, don't go anywhere. Thanks, everybody.
go to Drop Invitational, the winners final, and this is going to be the regional champ-off. Alistair Sandover, 3-time Perth regional champion versus Kieran Singh, 2024 Melbourne regional champion. We've seen these two in finals plenty of times before, but never a winners final because we've never had double elimination here before.
And let's not forget Kieran's recent achievements where he's come top 8 multiple times at recent regionals, and even his show at Worlds last year, and Alistair the year previous where he finished 30th in the world in 2023. So this match is going to be intense, and I'm really, really glad to cast it along with you, Sliff.
Thank you very much. Two extremely skilled players who are no stranger at all to playing on the big screen, and they are playing on a very big screen because we provided them with an excellent viewing screen. And
I think one of them's playing on a big screen, correct? Yes.
Well, we don't have any biases around here. Either way, this is the regional champ-off. They're there and we're here. So looks like we're heading into team preview. All right, there we go. Team preview. We are seeing Alistair's perspective at the moment. We have already seen Kieran on stream today, and we've seen both of these players on stream today. Actually, we had Alistair round 1, we had Kieran round 2. So we know what teams they're running.
And Kieran really recently finished the recent VR second place with this team, and I've tried it myself, and it's really, really good. Obviously, I'm not the best pilot of it at the moment, but let's see how this turns out.
Well, we can't all get second in a VR tournament. I wouldn't even get top 8. All right,
Ooh.
and would you look at that? You'd almost think we were watching a mirror based on this lead. Incineroar Miraidon versus Incineroar Miraidon. This is a classic, a staple of Regulation I.
And over here, you can see that Kieran's Intimidate went on first, which shows that he has faster Incineroar here.
Theoretically, of course, we could
Unless it's a
definitely be
speed
seeing
tie.
speed tie interactions. We'll have to see that as the round goes by. But there are some slight differences in these leads here, despite seeing two of the same Pokemon. Alistair opting for the Choice Specs Miraidon, which is the more classic familiar version. Kieran, however, has Choice Scarf on his with Snarl. And there we go. We see Kieran's Incineroar moving first. Okay, Alistair didn't go for the fake out. No terrestrialization there. Kieran just going straight for the Draco Meteor, making a big read on that turn 1, and it's paid off.
If Alistair did survive here, it would have been a very interesting spot, because then his Miraidon would have been free to move, and what he would lock into would be an interesting choice as well. But now, obviously, we have Kieran's Miraidon at -2 after the Draco, and it's the Choice Carp variant, so it's not going to be doing as much damage to either of these two mons on the field.
Indeed. So despite being one Pokemon up, despite being one Pokemon down, Alistair's position still looking pretty good here. Apparently not. I guess he...
Okay, we've had an issue, and we've actually just stopped that match for now. Okay.
Oh, okay. So we have had a team issue. We are just going to have to wait for that to be rectified. Very unfortunate. I thought that was very uncharacteristic. I didn't think that was going to be a legitimate turn 1 forfeit. I think I'm the only player who forfeits on turn 1.
I've yet to see that, but no.
Oh, if you played against me, you would have seen it once or twice.
Yeah, so I think what actually happened was the wrong rentals were loaded up, so we do apologize for that error there, and we'll be back very, very soon. So the players are just setting up again, and once it's ready to go, we'll tune in right into team preview.
All right, false start, but that's exactly the sort of thing we want to see in the regional champ-off. We want to see as many games and as many turns as possible. We could well be seeing these two players face off again in the final, and it would not be the first time we've seen a Kieran Alistair final before.
Correct. I am kind of rooting for Tim over here because Pete's actually broken down the stats of who's going to win. Pete's a little bit of a data analyst, and it was very interesting to see, the odds in whose favor. So I might have my little biases there, but it's good seeing someone else besides, the champs always taking it home, to see new players growing and, coming to their level of playing.
This is true. I do like seeing that as well. And Tim is a bit of a newcomer himself. He was a senior back in, I think, 2022, but he's burst onto the master scene pretty quickly. And you mentioned Pete, our local statistician, also a bit of a newcomer as well. I think he first arrived around 2022, but got his best results this.
Correct.
But as we go back, we are getting into what is hopefully the real game, and it looks like there's going to be a repeat lead. I'm not sure if there was a gentleman's agreement on this or if this is just the decision both players have made for the reset. We're going to see Incineroar Miraidon versus Incineroar Miraidon again. We're seeing Alistair's Miraidon setting the electric terrain and Kieran's Incineroar intimidating first. So once again, never sure with these speed interactions. Sometimes that's enough for you to go off and take the big gamble. We're going to see Kieran once again going for that fake out into the opposing Incineroar. Kieran's Incineroar did move first that game. Fake out crit, big crit, and the same turn one has played out again. Draco Meteor, that big risky hit. Kieran gambling everything there. Gambling the Intimidate, as being an indicator of his Incineroar being faster. Perhaps he knows that he has trained his Incineroar to be fast for that specific interaction. Banking on Alistair not clicking the early terrestrialization on turn one here. Getting that early knockout. Alistair bringing back the Urshifu, so nothing seems to have changed. But now we'll get to see how this turn two may have actually played out, as it begins with Kieran switching out his Incineroar into Amoonguss.
And another Draco Meteor into the Shifu, does it? Yep. 250% as I guessed, obviously with the -2 and no choice picks. Okay, U-turn, and I think a knockoff's coming into Alistair's Amoonguss there, getting rid of the Rocky Helmet, which is quite good for, future damage rolls as well. And we have Alistair switching in Lunala here, and I'm not actually sure whether he's going to go for the Trick Room, because obviously Kieran has, the Flash here at the back. So I think if Alistair wants to pull this game back, he has to, prioritize getting Lunala to Moongeist.
Very good reads there once again, Warren. You definitely know what's going to go on before I even know. Maybe you even know before these guys know what's going on, but you've made every call right so far. Lunala has hit that Urshifu choice banded U-turn did quite a decent chunk of damage to that Miraidon for a non-stab low base power move. Good chip there on that Miraidon, probably putting it into range from something from this Lunala. And the Miraidon being -4 as well isn't going to be able to do much damage outside of a critical hit here.
I see Kieran switching his Miraidon for Incineroar here. I think that's the safest bet there. I'm not sure how the next interaction will play out. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, you're fine. So Incineroar switching back in now. Amoonguss not going to be able to put anything to sleep here with electric terrain up. Just opts to click to protect instead. Kieran making a safe play, just repositioning himself. Despite being ahead in this game at the moment, Alistair trying to get some chip down onto the Amoonguss, perhaps even trying to catch a switch. Intimidated U-turn, not doing nearly as much as that Urshifu U-turn did earlier. Both players playing very safely right now. A very pivot-heavy game here, but Alistair down his Miraidon and now has an Urshifu in front of an Amoonguss that can just click Rage Powder. This position doesn't look especially good for him right now.
And Alistair has Terra Water Urshifu as well, so it can't actually protect front of in an opposing fake out. So I'm thinking Alistair's going to switch it in, get the double intermittent off, and Lunala's going for a Terra here. I think that's why Alistair was actually saving his Terra rather than Terraing Miraidon at the start of the game when it went down. Because if he burns the Terra on Miraidon at the start, then Lunala's going to have to deal with opposing knockoff from Incineroar.
Well, we don't see the terrestrialization coming out yet, but we do see the predicted switch into the Incineroar, just cycling these Intimidates, preserving this Urshifu. Moongeist Beam goes down, trying to take out this Amoonguss, does about 50%. U-turn going to break that Shadow Shield. Kieran and Alistair both very well known for playing these pivot-heavy balance style teams. And here's a Pokemon we don't see too much of anymore, Volcarona. Glad to see this thing hitting the field.
Ooh, with the electric seed, gets a defense boost, so I think Kieran can sweep this game if he just goes with the Pro. And it's good to see Kieran actually just bought one restricted this game.
Oh, you're right, he did. Only needing the Miraidon to take out that opposing Miraidon there. Volcarona and Rocky Helmet and Moongus, both very, very good Urshifu deterrents as well. Alistair going to have a hard time getting through both of these Pokemon. Moongas Beam could probably take out that Amoonguss, but won't do very much to this specially defensive Volcarona. But Amoonguss just going to pivot out instead.
Get the Regenerator healing going, and obviously that's another pivotal game again, which is with the Intimidates rolling up and down.
We love the Intimidate cycle. It has been a staple of the game for a long, long time. It used to be Landorus, which we saw Chris running earlier. Now it's Incineroar, and Kieran's Volcarona going for a Quiver Dance, knowing that it was going to be outspeeding this Lunala and not threatening a knockout as this Lunala doesn't have Meteor Beam.
Does he get a Critio?
Double target though, and the Volcarona still living with about 40% HP, and now it's at +1 special attack. That Lunala's Shadow Shield being chipped as well. Alistair still playing to his outs here, trying to find his way through this game. He might have to wait and see for the Prince of Adjustments Game 2 plan, however, but he's going to play this one out. Kieran just cycling that fake out.
The interesting part here is Alistair's lost his Miraidon, so he doesn't have control over the terrain, only Kieran does. So if Kieran decides to switch in his Amoonguss, he can actually put both of Alistair's mons to sleep as well.
Ooh, and Moongeist Beam still not doing enough. That Volcarona having that +1 special attack now, surviving 3 attacks so far, and is probably going to be able to fire off another Fiery Dance. It won't be enough to take a knockout on either of these two Pokemon here, but should put them into knockout range for that Miraidon in the back, or maybe even for the Incineroar to finish off with something like a knockoff.
You can see Alistair hovering over the Terra here. It's interesting to see how he can save the Terra for the end, but actually he's not going to do it.
Yes, holding on to that Terra, trying to anticipate on what turn Kieran is going to click knockoff into that Lunala. Fiery Dance going into that Lunala, doing a lot of damage there. At this point, even if it was very terrestrialized, I think it would go down to a knockoff regardless. Maybe Alistair identifying that, and that's why he held onto the Terra. Moongeist Beam is going to take out the Volcarona. Now,
And that's Kieran's first mon down actually, and he's actually chipped away quite a bit on Alistair's opposing, and now Alistair just has 2 left.
the U-turn coming out going to be just enough to get that knockout now. Here, Alistair finally taking a knockout here, but Kieran immediately responding. Alistair now down to his half-health Urshifu, and his Incineroar also on about half health. Going to be facing down this Amoonguss, knocking off nothing as that Rocky Helmet is already gone.
I just see a fake out. Oh, he's putting his Miraidon in the chat.
Yeah, at this point, Alistair's not threatening any fake out to slow the Miraidon down. Kieran probably confident Miraidon can just finish off the Urshifu here. Incineroar's not as big of a threat right now. Kieran also still has his Terrestrialization in the bank as well. Perhaps he'll go for a Terra Fairy on this Miraidon to Dazzling Gleam. End it here.
Kieran does have...
Sorry, it's an Electric Terra Miraidon. Right, Alistair taking his time, trying to figure out his way through it. If there's an out, the Prince of Adjustments is going to find it.
I think it's a... Ooh, he didn't Rage Powder yet, so it's going to be very interesting now to see actually how this endgame does go down.
Amoonguss switching out, going for yet another Intimidate cycle. 2 physical attackers on the field for Alistair. Intimidate's going to be quite effective here. And was that a critical error? Alistair freaking fake out, but his Incineroar had already been on the field for a while.
Yeah, because he did go for knockoff last turn into the opposing...
Into the Amoonguss switch,
I think he must have thought it even got a U-turn off there instead. So I think that's pretty definite from this game, and it's 1 Kieran now.
You know what? Alistair deciding he's going to go for it again.
You can see even at the end, Kieran's still making the safe plays, fake out, let go, and keeping it nice.
Electro Drift coming out is going to finish off that Incineroar. And that'll be game 1 for Kieran in our winners final, the regional champ off. But we don't call Alistair the Prince of Adjustments for nothing. What do you think he's going to do?
So it's tough to say because Kieran has like the speed advantage at the start. So I'm not sure if he's going to actually try leaning towards a Lunala lead because it can help. But if Kieran decides to double, that's not a great sign either. I do see Kieran trying to bring in Color X Ice next game, thinking that Alice is going to play that adjustment. I think Alice is most likely going to go for his Whimsicordia, so he gets a speed control advantage next game.
Yeah, Alistair looking like he probably is going to need to be able to find that speed control here. Losing the speed advantage against the Choice Scarf Miraidon being quite tricky for him to have to deal with.
Yeah, and I think we are going towards team preview, and we are going to start our game 2.
All right, moving away to game 2.
And I don't think Alice is actually locked in the Whimsicott based on options.
All right, here we go. Game 2 about to begin. Matt, a.k.a. Kieran, going with the same lead once again. Incineroar, Miraidon, but Alistair, the Prince of Adjustment, going to reveal his first one, leading Incineroar once again, but instead bringing out this Lunala, this Electric Seed Lunala, perhaps anticipating Kieran was going to run back the Miraidon lead, being able to gain that Electric Seed defense boost onto his Lunala without having to use his own Miraidon.
So I kind of called it, I guess, with the Lunala lead there. So obviously Kieran still has a speed advantage over here, so it depends on how Alice is going to play this out. I don't think he's going to go for a Trick Room turn 1, but let's see.
From the way these interactions have gone, I'm starting to think it's not a speed tie and that Kieran's Incineroar is indeed trained to be faster. He's also playing very confidently, which might suggest he understands the speed interactions in this matchup and is confident his Incineroar will be the fastest one, giving him an immediate advantage, not really being punished for leading his Incineroar at all, being able to nullify Alistair's.
It's such a pleasure watching Kieran pivot with this team. Ooh, and I think the Draco missed. I mean, it happens, I guess.
Fake out plus Draco Meteor into the Incineroar does not connect. Curious as to why that was a Draco Meteor, perhaps anticipating a Miraidon switch may be coming into the Incineroar slot. Fake out to make sure Incineroar can't move. Draco Meteor might have been just to cover for if there was in fact a switch. Kieran knowing, or Alistair probably knowing that Kieran's Incineroar is faster at this point, expecting to get faked out there. But the read not paying off and the move actually missing as well. Kieran trying to cover for all options there, playing this game very differently, not as aggressively as he played that first game, and now he's going to pivot out his Miraidon on this turn 2.
Having a slower Incin in this instance is very good because if you get the U-turn, you can switch in Ursaluna, and in that instance, you don't have to be scared of getting the knockoff onto your Ursaluna, because obviously if you don't get the play mob, you get that guts boost from the burn.
Indeed.
Or any status condition, I guess, except sleep.
Indeed, very beneficial when you're running a Trick Room team. Even if you're not running a Trick Room team, but in this particular instance, when you do have that Trick Room team, having that slower Incineroar, getting that late game pivot, and then being able to come in under Trick Room later and being faster than most of the other Pokemon. But at the moment, what we're going to see is Volcarona now hitting the field. Kieran revealing all 4 of his Pokemon in these opening few turns of this game. Alistair going to U-turn out. He is repositioning, and you have kind of called it. The Ursaluna does come in on that slow pivot, but Kieran not threatening any offensive pressure on this anyway. Alistair doesn't have Trick Room up though. This Volcarona will be moving first, but at least the Ursaluna is protected from Spore from the Amoonguss at this point.
Correct. I'm kind of interesting to see if the Volcarona does take damage from the facade over here, given the boost in electric terrain after the electric seed consumption. Obviously, there you go, Incin with the Intimidate, but as you can see, Alistair actually went for the Earthquake because he was guessing Amoonguss could go for a Rage Powder, so covering all bases there. And he's also gone with the Moongeist into Volcarona due to how tanky it was in the previous game.
Yeah, Ursaluna here going for the Earthquake, going to deal a little bit of damage to its fellow teammate Lunala. But you're right, just covering for all possible options there. The Trick Room setup going now. Ursaluna going to be moving before all of these Pokemon, except for that Incineroar's Fake Out coming out on this turn, if it comes out. The Ursaluna on Alistair's side also being Terra Ghost, so he does have the option to Terrastalize if he anticipates there's a Fake Out coming out, or perhaps not Terrastalize and play the Mind Game. Or the third option, of course, is to just switch the Ursaluna out. It's already burnt, it's got that Guts boost, it can come in safely at a later turn without having to be manually switched in now.
I love the saying that Alistair told me a week ago. He's like, I love Lunala, it just can't be faked out. And I was like, I just love the way you said that, because obviously it's a ghost type and it can't be faked out, but the way he said it was just very funny. I mean, I can't replicate it still. Yeah.
Given the prevalence of Fake Out in VGC, as if Ghost wasn't already a good enough type, being immune to being flinched certainly makes Ghost especially useful. One of the reasons Calyrex Shadow is so popular. Obviously, it's a very powerful Pokemon, but
Correct.
being immune to Fake Out, just being able to apply that pressure. But no Calyrex Shadow in this game. There is a Calyrex, not the Shadow Rider, and we haven't seen it be brought to this game to either. Kieran again leaving his second restricted behind for a second game in a row, despite playing up against a Trick Room matchup.
Pull and puff into Volcarona.
Oof. About 40% damage dealt to that Volcarona there by the Incineroar's Flare Blitz. Pollen Puff keeping it nice and healthy. Lunala's Moongeist Beam shouldn't be enough to finish the job. Volcarona still surviving on about 25 HP. That Pollen Puff coming in clutch there, and a nice little Giga Drain just to top it off as well. On top of all of that, this Volcarona very difficult to be removed right now. Amoonguss being the slowest Pokemon in this Trick Room environment, being able to just constantly click these Pollen Puffs, and now that Electric Terrain has gone down, Amoonguss is free to try to put something to sleep.
Yeah, you beat me to that. So it's like the mind game over here. Does Alistair, switch in the Miraidon, or does he actually call it? Or does Kieran call it and just ignore that and go for another Pollen Puff into the Volcarona? But then again, if Alistair gets a Criteo, he could be in the driver's seat.
This is why I like playing hyper offense teams. I do not have the brain capacity to think 4 turns ahead. How am I going to play outside of that Trick Room, and how many times am I going to pivot and protect and Fake Out?
Got the Spore in.
And this is why I'm not in this Invitational, because I do play hyper offense teams. Spore goes in to the Electric Terrain with the hard Miraidon switch now, and Amoonguss going down to that Flare Blitz. Alistair actually taking the first knockout so far of this. This has been a long game, and that's the first knockout we have seen. Fiery Dance going into that Miraidon switch, not going to do much, resisted by the Dragon type.
And I think we have 1 turn of Trick Room remaining. I'm not sure if this Miraidon's gonna, I mean, sorry, it's just if this Volcarona is gonna be any more of a threat, because I'd see a safe Fake Out, I guess, into Alistair's Miraidon, because you got to remember that Kieran's Volcarona went for a Quiver Dance, so it now outspeeds Alistair's Miraidon under Trick Room.
Yes, Kieran has a lot of passive speed control on his team rather than classic Tailwind or clicking Trick Room. He's got Quiver Dance to give his Volcarona specifically to boost. That Miraidon holding the Choice Scarf, passively boosting its own speed. And right now, despite being the faster player, Kieran actually has slowed this game down to a halt, completely stalled out Alistair's Trick Room. He is a Pokemon down, but Amoonguss absolutely did its job. Little bit of a Pollen Puff, some Spore threatening, forcing that Miraidon to switch in. Now we're going to see another little Fake Out shenanigan, Assault Vest being knocked off of Kieran's Incineroar here.
I think Alistair was calling Kieran to maybe, protect here, so that's why he doubled up on the rather than trying to focus on the
Quite possibly, and Kieran, Alistair might be the prince of adjustments, but Kieran may just well be the most literate player in Perth VGC, because he makes those reads all the time.
Correct. I think Kieran was the first player I actually lost to when I first came, and I was just blown away by the way he just called me each and every turn. I felt like he had the book to my autobiography for some reason. Yeah.
All right, Fiery Dance going off into that Miraidon. Kieran, having been able to set up a Quiver Dance under Trick Room conditions and preserve this Volcarona for the entire duration of the Trick Room. Now it's the fastest Pokemon out here. That Miraidon going down. Knockoff not going to be enough to take out Alistair's Incineroar.
But he went for the U-turn.
And that live allows Alistair to not only survive, but get off that crucial U-turn. Incineroar surviving for yet another turn to be able to come back and fake out another day. You'd have to expect he's probably going to switch into this Lunala here.
The question is, does Alistair's Lunala live a Fiery Dance? Because I can see Alistair using a fake out against the Miraidon because the Miraidon 100% overpowered.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This Miraidon moving first here and probably knocking out both of these Pokemon. I think Alistair, for the first time in this game, is under pressure where his hand is really being forced. He absolutely has to click the fake out here. Miraidon cannot protect. Even if he makes the read and clicks it into the Volcarona, Miraidon's going to retaliate with a knockout. This Lunala needs to survive and either do enough damage to take out this Volcarona, which I don't think it can, or set this Trick Room. This game, I think, will be decided on this turn, and I don't know how good it's looking for Alistair right now.
So Kieran over here has to use Draco, I guess, but it depends because obviously Kieran being Kieran knows there's a Ursaluna at the back, so he can't actually lock into an electric move, or that would be putting him on the back foot.
Probably don't want to be clicking Draco Meteor here when there's a potential Fairy Terastallization as well. Neither of these players have Terastallized, but this has been an incredible game too. So the read is being made. Fake Out does in fact go into the Volcarona instead, but Kieran decides to just target down into that Lunala. Clicking the Electrodes with perhaps reading that Fairy Terastallization was going to come in. Alistair, the Prince of Adjustments, has made... Perhaps he's the most literate player after all. We need to have like a literacy battle. So this Miraidon is now locked into an electric type move, unable to do anything to this Ursaluna. The Volcarona probably going to chunk it, but I mean, this Ursaluna can freely just click Earthquake. That was a massive turn for Alistair.
I can see Alistair hard focusing on the Volcarona right now because obviously Kieran's Miraidon can't do much to it, and this endgame's very, very nerve fighting.
And it is Reed City right now. Both Pokemon that can protect have done that. And naturally, Kieran not really having any other choice, having to click the electric type move into that Incineroar. Incineroar getting removed. Not quite sure why Alistair decided to click protect there. Not sure why Kieran did, but that's exactly what happened, and that's why they are having the regional champ off, and I'm casting this match instead.
Do you think Giga Drain's enough over here?
I don't think Giga Drain's enough, but I'm not really familiar with my Giga Drain calcs either, but it is Terra Grass, it is +1, it is super effective.
And Terra Grass, Giga Drain as well.
I've made mistakes on my calcs, and it's not +1, it's +1 billion. Probably enough. Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah,
of course.
for the Fiery Dance deck.
Of course, Fiery Dance has been giving extra buffs as well. I mistakenly, again, is why I'm here. I'm at this desk and not at that desk. What a fantastic game!
That was a really good game.
That was a great set. That game too, especially fantastically well played. Kieran, our winner of the winners final, the regional champ off, but that might not be the only final these two played. Kieran now advances through to the grand final. Alistair now gets to play for his life in the losers final. Potentially we'll see a rematch. Potentially we'll see two with a bracket reset.
Correct. And Kieran with a clean 2-0. That was I really wanted a game 3, but it is what it is. That was very exciting to watch.
I think as spectators, we always want a game 3, but as players, we always just want a 2-0, right?
Correct. 100%.
Absolutely.
I feel that as well. I'm like, oh, I won my first game. I hope I win my second. I don't want to go to game 3. I really feel that as a player as well.
All right. We will take a very, very brief intermission. We need to get this tournament rolling. We'll do a very, very quick interview shortly and then move straight on to our losers finals. We will be right back. Thank you for waiting. All right. Thank you for waiting. Welcome back. I am joined by the Prince of Adjustments himself, Alistair Sandover. That was an intense match from all the way over here.
Yeah, clearly wasn't Prince enough. I didn't. I got handled pretty badly there, but that's okay.
It happens to the best of us, mate, and you probably are the best of us. So even you get 1 or 2. That game 2 situation. So game 1, we'll talk about game 1 first. So game 1, there was the mistake with the teams. And you guys played out the exact same turn 1. Did you make a gentleman's agreement to replay turn 1, or was that just organically how it happened?
No, I told him I'm happy to just do the same turn 1. I would feel bad to replay it when he got the call right at the start there and then have that taken away from him for something out of his control. So, yeah, I was happy to just replay it exactly the same as we did and go from there.
Well, that's excellent to hear, and that is why you are the Prince. That game 2, though, was an absolutely intense game. What a banger. You've made the adjustment. The Prince brings out the Lunala. You've got your Psychic Seed boost. He's got his Miraidon out. You probably knew this was going to happen. At this point, I'm guessing you know his Incineroar is definitely faster. It's not a speed tie. He seemed pretty confident the whole game. He knew it was faster. Yeah. And then his Volcarona under Trick Room is just clicking Quiver Dance, Fiery Dance, getting Pollen Puffed, the fastest Pokemon. You just couldn't remove it. Well, what was your thought process there? Did you disrespect the Volcarona, or was it just you weren't making the right calls to remove it?
I didn't disrespect it. The main call I didn't make was when he Pollen Puffed his Volcarona and was able to stall a Trick Room turn that way. I thought he might just go back into Incineroar that turn, but I got it wrong, and I fell pretty far behind because he also got a boost as well. So yeah, wasn't a good turn for me. He got it right.
Yeah, those boosts definitely helped him to set up that end game. The Terra Grass +4, I think it was, Giga Drain Indian. Unfortunately, Ursaluna was pinched. Both of you held your terrestrialization for the longest time. There were definitely a lot of mind games to be played. That turn, when your Lunala went down, you hovered over the terrestrialization for a while. We were discussing here how Kieran might want to go into Draco Meteor because of the Ursaluna in the back, but then you've got the Terra Fairy. That was a tough looking turn. What was your thought process there? Did you think you had an out at that point?
No. It's always correct for him to lock into Electro Drift there because, sure, I have Ursaluna, but he has a boosted Volcarona, always threatening a one-hit KO on my non-Terra Ursaluna. And then if I Terra Ursaluna to survive the Volcarona, I'm pinned by the Electro Drift anyway. Yeah. So it's always the correct play for him to lock into Electro Drift there.
It was a rough-looking match, but you move through. You're not out yet. Double elimination. You move through to the losers final. Entirely possible that we'll see a rematch, and it would be far from the first, and I dare say it will not be the last time we see you two playing in a final. I'd love to see it. I hope to see it. No disrespect to your next opponent, of course. I equally hope they have a chance at winning as well. But
they might beat me, yeah.
All of us spectators, we love watching the regional champ off. Every time you two play, it seems to be so intense. It's always back and forward. I don't know what your win rate against each other is. It looks about 50-50 to me from what I've seen over the last couple of years or so. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, thanks a lot. We'll see how the next round goes, and if I'm back again, thanks for having me on.
No worries. Thank you very much for joining. Quickly, Team Inspiration. Is this the NAIC team?
Yes. Same as Fede Campo used.
Yeah,
really
so
strong.
It's the exact same. No tweaks or changes.
As far as I know, everything's the same. All moves, items, Terra types. Just my own EV spreads. I think are good because I don't know exactly what he had.
Fair enough. Well, thank you for joining us. That was a really fun game. We look forward to seeing you in the losers final, and all of us spectators here probably look forward to seeing a regional champ off a rematch. Thank you very much, Alistair.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with a short interview with Kieran, and then we'll move straight into the losers finals. Thank you.
all good. Ready to go. Cool. Back on the casting desk, and here I have winners final champion Kieran, who's gone into the finals, I guess. And how are you feeling now?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I think that was a very dominating 2 games. Just walk me through the turn 1 Draco Meteor, actually. How would you have adjusted to that if Alistair went for a Terra?
Oh yeah, if he terrors, like, it's pretty hard for me to win from there. It's not impossible because to kill my Miraidon, he has to click Draco, so then I can, like, he's locked into Draco at -2 and I can try and set up my Volk, but it's very hard to win if he Terra Fairies there.
I did play a lot of these Miraidon mirrors, but I think it's always about the first turn, like, do they Terra or do they not? Because, like, if they don't Terra, you can just, guess it and then go for the Electro Drift. And, like, as a top-level player, how do you actually decide what's your opponent's most optimal play?
Well, the big thing is like very intentional in my team building, my practice, is that my Ensign is, like, faster. So if we trade fake outs and he clicks, like, if I fake out his Miraidon, and he's always clicking fake out into my Miraidon.
Correct.
And he terrors, then he's, like, pretty much loses the game because I can click Terra Electric Drift and knock off that slot. Lunala dies on the switch in, Urshifu dies on the switch in, Ursaluna loses its Flame Orb, like, the game's pretty much over. So I can leverage the fact that I could be trading fake outs to see if he terrors and just go for Draco straight away. So, like, I can click it confidently. Obviously, if I get it wrong, like, I'm in big trouble. But, like, it's just the nature of the game. You gotta, like, you gotta make calls sometimes.
Correct.
Yeah.
It was very nerve-wracking to watch, but then I think we did notice that you also, you were playing a bit of Reg G there. You didn't actually bring 2 restricted. It was just the 1.
Yeah, Kali Ice is not good in that matchup at all. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it's pretty much not bringable. Yeah, no.
Yeah, that was an intense game to watch. And anything you want to say to everyone watching at home?
No, I think that's all good. Maybe after the finals.
And how are you feeling for Worlds right now?
Feeling good, yeah. I feel like I'm playing pretty well recently and getting good practice in. So hopefully can keep it rolling. Hopefully meta doesn't change too much.
Yeah, I mean it's 1 month away, I guess. Correct?
Yeah, like 6 weeks, 5.5 weeks.
Correct. Yeah, I hope prep goes well.
Thank you.
And besides that, I just wanted to ask, going back, when did you actually start playing, and what actually got you into the Pokemon scene?
What got me into the Pokemon scene? Well, I first played Pokemon VGC in 2016, so that was a long time ago.
Okay.
But then I went to, like, 1 regional when I was in seniors, and then I didn't play for, like, 4 years, and then I went to 1 regional, and then I didn't play for, like, 2 years. But after getting back into it mid-2022, I've been playing very consistently.
Awesome. That's good to see.
Yeah.
And, like, in such a short time, you've, like, just gotten top 8. You won Melbourne regionals as well, and man, it's like, one accolade after accolade. And we also saw you on the world screen. That was super hype. I hope we see you again. And this time, I'll lift the trophy, I guess, eventually.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Make Perth proud. That's what you got to do.
Will do.
Correct.
Will do.
Anyways, we'll see you in the finals, and, have fun. Until
Thank
then.
you.
Cool.
Welcome back, trainers. Once again, I am here with my friend and caster, Jared Clappin. Jared, are you ready for our losers final match?
You bet I am, man. Losers final doesn't feel like either of these guys are losers. They've played their ass off today. Both have knocked out at least 2 other people to be here.
Absolutely, absolutely. And 2 very strong players here from Perth. We've got Alistair Sandover, who really needs no introduction, you know, one of the best players in Perth and Australia, and arguably the world. You know, very strong, very consistent afterwards this year. And then we've got Timothy Nurse, alternatively Timothy Nurse, who is absolutely no slouch himself in the chair,
as they say. And these players, I don't think it's an exact mirror match, but they're running the same 6 Pokemon.
Yeah, very similar teams.
Yeah, all the same items as far as I'm aware. There's a choice band Urshi Rapid on both teams, which is it's pretty uncommon to see those 2 things coming up against each other.
Yeah, usually the choice scarf was reserved for the Dark Urshifu back in formats like Regulation F, and Urshifu Water is typically running either Focus Sash or choice scarf. So to see multiple choice band Urshifu Water is very interesting.
Yeah. I heard from Ben earlier, who says he's running Troppleberry, Terapagos, which lives to live a close combat or a hit from most Koraidons, but he got knocked into losers bracket by one of these banned Urshis, and then knocked out of losers by the other. So that's it's an interesting bracket we've got here today.
That is very rough. Well, we are going to game one now. Him versus Alistair with the leads of Miraidon and Miraidon, with one of them bringing Whimsicott and the other one bringing Incineroar.
Alrighty, so we got access to fake out on that Alistair's side. Yep, there we go. We got the overlay. And Tim with access to Tailwind does have the covert cloak.
Yeah, no threat from the Incineroar onto the Wind, but is faking out the Miraidon, which is not able to protect itself due to its close spec.
Got a light screen coming out, opting to bulk up a little bit on that side, which is going to be good because this Miraidon presumably. No, just a Volt Switch, not a big Draco or anything coming out.
Volt Switch doing minimal damage. That's quad resisted and through the light screen. It's not doing a lot there, but it is allowing Alistair to reposition into what appears to be his Lunala, allowing him to get that Electric Seed boost to +1 defense. And is now in an interesting position. Lunala not threatening that much damage, given that Tim has just set up the light screen, but also potentially allowing him to set Trick Room to gain speed control for the next 5 turns.
Yeah, certainly. And not able to be locked into anything with that Whimsicott's Encore just yet, but gonna have to play around that because, as I believe we mentioned earlier, no way to prevent that priority from just coming out onto the Lunala to lock it into either a Trick Room or a Wide Guard if it opts for that the turn after Trick Room goes up. But does have the Fire type, so can threaten to knock off. But no, Tim's going to switch the Whimsicott straight out.
Yeah, Whimsicott switching out means it's not able to threaten the Encore into the Lunala should the Lunala go for the Trick Room, but rather switching in Ursaluna so that the Ursaluna's in a good spot should the Trick Room go up.
He's made the call. I think he made the call correctly as well, switching that Ursa in, allowing it to get the Guts Claymore boost up.
And then bring Whimsicott back in to theoretically threaten that Encore should he need to.
That's pretty interesting. Yeah, that's pretty heads up play from Tim here, moving the Whimsicott from one slot to the other to dodge a potential Flare Blitz from Alistair, and simultaneously getting his Ursaluna in to get the burn on and get it in position under Trick Room. Alistair, though, with his U-turn also getting his Ursa in, so now there's two presumably speed-tying min-speed bears.
Yes, it is.
Both on the field here.
The battle of the bears as they are facing off against one another. Tim with the Whimsicott theoretically threatening the Encore into the Lunala, unless Lunala decides to either go for Wide Guard or to switch out. And then obviously the Lunala there in a bit of a pinch, that Whimsicott.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Alistair having to choose between getting locked in and losing its defense boost, but does have access to the Intimidate in the back. So be good to drop that opposing Ursaluna's attack down by a stage.
Yeah, absolutely. As we've seen throughout today, you know, those Incineroar Intimidates can make one heck of a difference. You know, including into these Ursaluna that may not be able to pick up the KOs that they otherwise would with their full attack impact.
Timer running low there for Alistair as he locks in his decisions.
Yep, and it looks like switching out the Lunala into what appears to be the Incineroar.
It is.
As we mentioned, getting that Intimidate drop on the Ursaluna, not particularly relevant on the Whimsicott, but also threatening Fake Out on the Ursaluna if the Ursaluna does not terrestrialize into the Ghost type next turn.
We see an Encore come out from the Whimsicott to lock up that Lunala if it did opt to stay in.
Yeah, and
but
there's
it's
the
going to go
Facade.
down.
Critical hit not mattering there. That Facade was doing one heck of a lot of damage with that burn. But it does take out that Whimsicott. It does remove the Encore threat. It also means that once Trick Room is down, Tim will not have the option to be setting that Tailwind.
Alistair in a good spot here, and Tim does, there we go, have his own Incineroar, so everything except that Incineroar on the field right now is dropped attack by one stage, so...
Yeah, absolutely, so...
and a Fake Out active for both of these Incins.
Yeah, so Alistair may look to reposition here as he is in a bit of an uncomfortable spot. Ursaluna having just protected means it will be vulnerable to a Fake Out. Unless he does decide to terrestrialize out of that with the Ghost type.
Yeah, both players have access to this Terra Ghost to try and dodge any potential Fake Outs. And Alistair also has access to pivot into a different ghost type, being the Lunala, which now that Whimsicott's not on the field, can play however it wants without fearing any on-core locking.
Exactly. So it'll be very interesting to see what the players go for this turn.
Light screen proving to not be particularly impactful, especially these screen setters that aren't using play. They're only around for as long as a Trick Room or one turn longer than a Tailwind. So
and there's a Lunala back on the field, safe from any facades, but potentially threatened from any headlong rushes if that is what Tim decided to go for. There's the terrestrialization on the Ursaluna from Alistair's side of it. I believe we'll wait to see whether or not we see the same thing from Tim. There is nothing, but he does read the terrestrialization, goes for the headlong rush. Not enough damage with that Intimidate having dropped its attack stat.
Is going to cop a drop though. No fake out, but the Insin going straight down to a headlong rush from Alistair's own Ursaluna.
Yep, there's the headlong rush, even with the -1, that 120 base power and the base attack from that Ursaluna does mean the super effective heal will be taking out the Incineroar.
Alistair now, with all 4 of his Mons, including an Intimidate in the back, against just 2 of Tim's. That Ursaluna locked in now, not going to be able to reset that attack drop, not going to be able to reset the second drop whenever the Incineroar comes in again, even if it even gets to that point, because Alistair in a pretty commanding position.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 turns left in the Trick Room. This Miraidon not able to use the Protect move that it doesn't have. It is holding the Choice Specs, which means once it selects a move, it will be collecting that for the rest of the battle. Tim is really going to have to rely on the Ursaluna here, which is at -1, in order to somehow keep himself going through these last couple of turns of Trick Room.
Yeah, and does still have access to his Terra, but we'll have to see if he uses it in on-which Mon, or if he just does what a lot of players of this caliber do, and at this point kind of recognize that you've lost and use this time to gain information.
And there's the facade showing that it was a speed tie with Tim's Ursaluna last time. That facade going up before Tim's Ursaluna is able to move, does pick up from the Miraidon. Headlong Rush now coming out. It does pick up the KO, but slightly too late. If Tim had won that speed tie, he may have been in with a chance of this game, but unfortunately now he's in a very sad spot.
True, it may have been a little different if he had that. The Miraidon would be alive, though threatened a lot of damage from the Lunala.
Yep, there's a Moonblast doing a bit over half, respectable damage, which will pick up the KO next turn if the Lunala gets to attack again.
There's the light screen, there goes the electricity. Here comes the Insin, so that's a Ursaluna with -2 attack, -1 to both defenses, and burned and facing down a fake out. So I think that's going to be game 1 here for Alistair.
As much as I hate to call it too early, I think you may be right here. It looks like Tim is not really in a situation he's able to come back from.
He's going to stall things out a little longer though by going for the Terror. That's our timer Tim. Playing to what, potentially an out, you think?
Look, play to your outs, right? he dodges the fake out here. If he gets a double crit with the Earthquake, he may still be in the game. Very unlikely. Goes to the Headlong Rush instead, doing, shall we say, precious little to the Lunala here.
Stroking his moustache over there on the player's table. I think the out that he's playing for is having enough time to think of a good adjustment to help him do a little better in the second game of this match.
Well, it's always very hard to be making adjustments for a match because, you know, that whatever you can do, your opponent can do as well. So trying to position in such a way where they're not just going to be able to do the same thing is always a very difficult one.
Certainly. It's a very different situation that we've seen here between these two guys to everything that we've seen so far. There's been a lot of overlap between almost everybody's teams today. There's been a lot of similar Mons hitting the field, but
a lot of Incineroar.
Yeah, a lot of Incineroar and a lot of the 2 bikes, but really no 2 teams have had exactly the same tool set like these 2 do.
Until now, yeah. So it's always really interesting to watch the mirror match because it is just something else the players have to think about is how does my team interact with my team.
For sure.
And I think it was a really interesting one to watch in the first game with Alistair being able to fairly conclusively pick up that win with exactly the same 6 Pokemon.
Yeah. And I think comfort comes into it a lot because if you've played with the team a lot, then no one's going to know how to beat that team better than you because you're playing thinking about how not to lose to different things. So that would, in theory, make you an expert at beating your own team. But with your own team is a little different. So
We are going back into this game too. We do have Tim here with the Incineroar and the Miraidon up against the mirror of the Incineroar and the Miraidon coming out from Alistair.
there we go, baby. That's an exact mirror. That's some good symmetry there.
This is where it gets really interesting in these matchups because given they can do exactly the same thing as one another, it's always interesting to see whether or not they do.
We don't know.
Make the same decisions or whether or not their minds go separate ways.
Yeah, certainly. We don't know. We don't know either of these Incineroar are tied yet. Both players not using the exact same rental, not using the exact same version of the team, as far as we're aware. So with both players with the Miraidon having the choice specs, I mean, either one is vulnerable to a fake out from the opposing Incineroar. So we could be looking at what we've seen before, very dead turn one with both choice Pokemon being faked out and each other Pokemon clicking the fake out, achieving very little in the first turn. Yeah, for sure.
And there's the first fake out coming out as predicted. We'll see if Alistair makes the same play. He does not. And the Draco Meteor comes out, picking up that one-hit KO on the Miraidon, leaving Alistair's Incineroar yet to pick a move.
Damn, that's big for Tim. Yeah, we saw the Intimidate come out from his side first, and now the fake out as well. So if this is a speed tie, he's been winning it exclusively on that front so far. But that Miraidon, big pickup for Tim.
Yeah, and it's very interesting to see that knockoff come out. I'm unsure of whether or not he was predicting a switch, potentially into the Ursaluna and knock off the Flame Orb before it burns, or alternatively just trying to knock off the Incineroar's Assault Vest to allow it to pick up with more damage later on. Potentially he wasn't expecting to take that one-hit KO from Tim so early in the game, so it'll be interesting to see how he plays him here.
True. This is a really great team to fish knockoffs against, like getting rid of the Flame Orb so that Ursa doesn't get burned, getting rid of Covert Cloak even from Whimsicott so it can be faked out later, specs off the Miraidon. Electric Seed would immediately prop from the Lunala, but it would be a quite effective hit into it if he does catch it on the switch in. There's a lot of stuff that can be gained from a fish knockoff in this match, I think.
Yeah, for sure. So Tim's Miraidon now at -2 from the Draco Meteor, switching out to reset that special attack. It does leave Alistair's Lunala essentially untouched. It is threatened by the knockoff, but with Shadow Shield it should still be safe. It does go for a Moonblast though, instead of setting Trick Room.
There we go.
And then Tim's Incineroar rather pops the Shadow Shield with U-turn.
Yeah, not massive, quite effective damage, but is going to get a pivot off, putting him in what would be very good position if Alistair had gone for that Trick Room, but no, just going for a very middle ground offensive play there, knowing that Tim has exactly as good an ability to function under Trick Room as Alistair does.
Yeah, and Alistair did go for the knockoff again, potentially once again reading the Ursaluna coming in, but instead gets a knockoff onto the Whimsicott. It does knock off the Covert Cloak, but that does mean that Tim's Ursaluna is now burned, which means it is much stronger for the rest of it.
Certainly, that is going to be a good thing for Tim, having now gotten that burn down that he can't get knocked off for sure. Alistair now though.
He's going for the Terrestrialization on what appears to be his Incineroar. Incineroar holding that Bug Terror. It does mean it is going to take less damage, significantly less damage from the ground type moves coming out from the Ursaluna. And another side benefit, it is actually going to boost the damage of the U-turn.
Terrestrialization boosted U-turn. Here it comes.
And there is the U-turn. It is going to be boosted by 50% from the Terrestrialization.
Doesn't even take it out.
Still doesn't quite pick up the Whimsicott.
Oh, good effort though. Good effort. That's that wasn't intimidated, was it? Or was
it?
No,
was
that was
round
-1.
one. Yes,
okay.
from turn one.
That makes sense.
So very interesting. I don't know if Alistair. And there's the Trick Room. With Whimsicott still alive, Alistair hoping to take it out with the U-turn. Now Lunala needs to switch or potentially be locked into that Trick Room, turning it off again.
Unless he wants to go for a wide guard, but yeah. Tim's really got all the agency now in this situation. Alistair with his Ursaluna managing to get it in and get it burned, but it is popping low. And now there's another really difficult speed tie that these players have to deal with the two Ursalunas being both the fastest mon under Trick Room now.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see that speed tie. As mentioned, we have determined that they are at the same speed. One assumes the minimum they can be. And so it'll be interesting to see if that speed tie comes into effect here, making a difference.
Such a pain of a thing to play around speed ties, honestly. And it's inevitable when you're using the same team.
Of course.
You can't use Trick Room as speed control when you're both equally as able to go fast as slow. But we do see the Lunala maybe predictably go out from Alistair, but it's also kind of just the best play. We saw Tim predict it with an encore last game. Let's see if he does anything different this time.
Yeah, and there is the Incineroar coming back in with the Intimidate, dropping the attack of that Ursaluna. And Tim switching out the Whimsicott, potentially to hold it for later where it may be more useful, and bringing in the Incineroar to drop the attack stats of Alice's Pokemon.
Yeah, there's his own Incineroar to get his own Intimidate down on Alistair's now low Ursaluna. Just going to protect, opt to not opt into that speed tie this turn. Facade going to be caught by that protect as well, but now Alistair is at the mercy of a fake out, doesn't have Terra Ghost available for his Ursaluna. Tim hasn't used his yet, can get buggy with his Incin if he so chooses.
These Incineroar both just hit the field, so theoretically each could go for the fake out here.
They did.
The difference being that Alistair has already used his terrestrialization for the game, means he cannot go for the Terra Ghost on his Ursaluna, whereas Tim's Ursaluna may still go for the Terra Ghost to avoid the fake out on his side and just continue to output massive damage, even with that -1 attack.
Yeah, it's certainly a play that's very incentivized from Tim's end, but we see no Terras, and we see Alistair switch out his Ursaluna to try and reset it.
Fake out into the Lunala, which does not do anything. Headlong Rush at -1 does not pick up the KO on the Lunala, but still does massive damage.
Pretty big damage thanks to that Shadow Shield getting knocked off earlier on by a Volt Switch out, I think it was, on turn 1, or a U-turn?
Yes. And that U-turn Terra Bug boosted once again does fairly respectable damage to the Ursaluna. Alistair's Ursaluna coming back in. It is on low health, so it may... It does manage to stick around even after the burn, but it's only got 1 turn left in it. If it manages to win the speed tie here, it may be in a pretty good position, but that really is a coin flip.
Yeah, the Rotom Wash going to be watching this very happy because this is a real freaking spin cycle on both sides here. There's pivots from both Incins and cycling that fake out against each other, knowing that with the Trick Room up, the Ursaluna is their biggest threat. And Tim
wins the speed tie, getting that 8 points of HP damage into Alistair to pick up the Ursaluna. And now Alistair is in a fairly poor spot. This Flare Blitz is going to pick up the KO into the Lunala, leaving Alistair with only an Assault Vest. Incineroar, one of the strongest Pokemon in the game, still probably not going to win this 1v4.
Yeah, it is 1v4. Tim has managed to preserve all 4 of his Mons now. A very different outcome to last game. It's it can just be so coin flippy and like once again these exact mirror matches of just like exactly who wins the tires, exactly how each person plays. It's just like today has been full of prediction heavy matchups, but this I think just takes it to the absolute like maximum.
Absolutely. Alistair now presumably scouting for damage.
Terra boosted turn.
Doing respectable damage into that Incineroar, and then is going to be taken out by Flare Blitz. So that is going to take us to Game 3 in this losers final. A very interesting turn of events for our mirror match that we have here.
Yeah, super clean game 2 as well from Tim here. He's managed to adjust and bring things to a third game for the first time today that we've had.
Yes, exactly. Since you and I have been sitting on this casting desk, we have cast a bunch of 2-game sets. So it is interesting to see it go to Game 3, especially in such a close match between 2 closely skilled players with identical teams. It is a really interesting one to watch.
Yeah, it's certainly not been the first third game of a set today. Our matches that haven't been on stream have a lot of them have gone to 3 games. But none of them have been on stream so far. So we're going to get that for the first time now, as players go into their champ select for the 3rd time now.
What are you expecting for the Game 3? Do you reckon each one is going to go for the same lead as last game, or do you reckon we're going to see some mix-ups?
Goodness, I've got no idea, to be honest. Like Incineroar, I think is like predicting that the players are going to lead Incineroar feels extremely safe because it's just such a beneficial lead for both of them. Getting Intimidate down against a potential other Incineroar or Ursaluna, having access to the fake out, like it just Incin feels like a very safe lead here for both players. So I don't think we're going to see that Mon get switched up. But in terms of what other 5, I'm not sure. No one's brought the Ursaluna yet. I think for the Urshifu yet, the other bear, for I think a reason, given it's a team with a lot of attacks that really hurt this Urshifu.
Well, yeah, I mean, against opposing Miraidon, the Terra Water choice band, it obviously outputs heaps of damage, but you have to consider that there is absolutely no recourse against a Volt Switch or a Electro Drift.
For sure.
You cannot Terra out of it, you cannot protect it, and you are being outsped by it. So that is a threat. We are seeing the same leads from Tim's side of the field, but of course Alistair is switching it up, bringing his Lunala in the lead going into this game 3.
Actually, I think what he did in game 1.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah. So he's going to get the Electric Seed right here on the first turn. Very nice in these knockoff matchups. Which means that if your Shadow Shield's intact, then a knockoff isn't going to be doing boosted damage, even if quite effective.
Exactly. You don't have the damage from knocking off an item, and it's also the Lunala is benefiting from the +1 defense.
Certainly.
So it's in a really good spot here, actually, and it would be interesting to see whether or not Alistair goes for the Trick Room or does what he does last game and just go for the more offensive blast into the Miraidon slot.
Yeah, and on Tim's side now, he's while that Lunala is quite relatively good against a knockoff, it isn't if the Miraidon manages to hit it first to pop that ability, but we see the fake out.
There is the fake out into a Moonblast, so not quite picking up the Miraidon, unfortunately, but still doing a lot of damage and keeping the Miraidon from moving at this turn.
Big special attack drop.
The special attack drop likely mattering there as well. Ursaluna is not on the field. Incineroar goes for the U-turn and does a small amount of damage to Alistair's Incineroar.
Yeah, too many monsters. 4 limbs. This is Pokemon, I suppose. But,
yeah, and there's the Ursaluna. Look, I'm a prophet.
There it is. Yeah, he saw it coming. No, that's Jamie. He's over there. That was the first Incineroar speed tie that we saw Alistair win, actually, confirming that it is a speed tie between their Incineroar. No, it's not. He didn't go for fake out. He went for U-turn.
Yes,
never mind.
Exactly. We still have no idea. But
Tim's either never unlucky or just has the faster Incineroar. Seems more likely at this point.
Exactly. Tim once again seems to be predicting the Trick Room by switching in his Ursaluna. No Trick Room being up means Ursaluna is the slowest thing on the field. But it is burned now, which means if it does get to move, it will likely be outputting a lot of damage.
Yeah, feeling a lot more safe from these knockoffs. But Miraidon, very, very weakened with a special attack drop and a lot of its HP gone down.
Yep. And there's the Volt Switch, not doing a whole heat, partially because of the Shadow Shield, partially because of the Moonblast drop special attack. But allows it to pivot out into the Incineroar.
Getting that Shadow Shield down too.
Yes, exactly. So popping that Shadow Shield is a big deal. It will be interesting to see if the Ursaluna doubled into it with a Headlong Rush. There's the Moonblast, doing about 1/3 of Ursaluna's HP. Knockoff doing barely anything to Timothy's Incineroar.
Go removing the Assault Vest.
Yep.
It's interesting we haven't seen the Whimsicott from Alistair's side yet, and we haven't seen the Lunala from Tim's side yet, but bye-bye Incineroar. That's going to be no more Intimidate cycling for Tim to have to deal with. That's really huge.
No more Intimidate, no more Fake Out for Tim's Miraidon that's in the back, so Miraidon is feeling a lot safer. That Facade not being at -1, having come in after the Incineroar, means it is able to cleanly pick up the KO. Here is Alistair's Ursaluna, but unfortunately it's not burned as it only came in at the start of the turn.
Yeah. You have to think that's a really tough critical loss for Alistair there, losing his Incin, which I think is maybe safe to say the most important Mon in this mirror, because it's the Mon that you can do the most with, that's different from the opponent. It's like your agency in terms of when you're pivoting, what you're going for, etc.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it threatens the physical attackers with the Intimidate, and it threatens the main special attacker in Miraidon with that Fake Out. So to lose such a valuable piece early is pretty devastating for Alistair, but he's still in a decent spot.
Yeah.
Lunala, the fastest thing on the field at the moment. So it looks like Tim is going for that Terra Bug on own Incineroar.
There it is.
Potentially to keep himself safe from a Headlong Rush or similar from Alistair's side of the field.
Yeah. Gonna know that Alistair's gonna want to even that score to try and get things back under control in this matchup. Remove Tim's.
The Moonblast into the Protect, trying to chip down that Ursaluna. Tim keeping his Ursaluna safe. Incineroar going for the U-turn, not wanting that Incineroar to stay around and eat a facade.
Terra boosted U-turn.
And it'll be interesting to see what Tim is bringing in the back.
All right. Keeping his Incineroar safe from an attack from the Ursaluna, which...
And there is the Whimsicott, which
there it is
means
again.
If, oh, it's an Earthquake. So
Ooh.
Ursaluna's going to be protecting itself.
Going to do damage practically only to his own Lunala here. I mean, chipping the Whims a bit, but that's relatively negligible. Like,
It's not doing a whole heap. Whims is not holding that Focus Sash, which it sometimes does, so that chip is not really mattering at all. And then doing damage to his own Lunala could potentially end up being quite relevant.
He didn't even set the Trick Room, so that's Tim now with Instinct back and pressuring with Whimsicott on the field now. That's and with Ursaluna. A really good situation for him. Of course, though, Tim has just protected on the Ursa, so that's Lunala able to go for another Moonblast. Encore.
It is able to go for another
stop
Moonblast,
it.
but the issue is that if Ursaluna eats the Moonblast, like we saw it do comfortably, the Tailwind now allows it to win the speed tie against Alistair's Ursaluna, which means it could theoretically threaten a Facade knockout.
There you go, outspeeding it even with the Tailwind, though. Just,
Headlock Growth into the Lunala, picking up another
There it
KO.
goes.
Tim's Ursaluna is taking names in this game 3.
Yeah, this is looking like a really good situation for Tim here. In the last game of this Reese's final bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a Facade to pick up Tim's Ursaluna, so it is goodbye bear for Tim's side of the field, but Tim is still in a fantastic situation with Alistair down to his last 2 Pokemon, having lost both his Lunala and his Incineroar.
Yeah, for sure. That's going to serve only to let Tim bring in one of his moms with Tailwind up. But Alistair does, notably, still have access to Terra, am I right?
I believe so, yes. So that could end up being relevant.
Yeah.
The Terra Fairy will keep it safe from any Draco Meteor coming in from Tim's Miraidon.
For sure.
Once again, with the speed tie taking place, the Tailwind from the Whimsicott is going to prove itself to be invaluable here. If Tim does make a correct read on the terrestrialization from Alistair's side, the Terra Fairy may not matter. He still may be able to pick it up with an Electro Drift.
Yeah, but it's something that it's perhaps the last thing Alistair has in his pocket to try and claw this game back is the ability to, with a fairy type and a ground type, really just force that Miraidon to choose what it locks into with like no great options to cover everything.
Yeah, for sure.
Aside from, I suppose, Dazzling Gleam.
The one downside to a Pokemon as good as Miraidon is the fact that both of its stab attacks are, have types against which they don't do any damage, being the ground for the electric and the fairy for the dragon.
For sure, immunities he has to deal with, yeah.
Yes, immunities, thank you. So it will be interesting to see what Tim locks himself into, although if he is able to maneuver properly, he may be able to click a move and then switch out into the Incineroar and back in, resetting what move he thinks, assuming he's able to do it correctly.
Yeah. All right, we're going to see if Alistair can claw things back at the very end of this game.
Well, there's the light screen to weaken the damage coming in from Alistair's Miraidon. Draco Meteor into the bear.
It's going to take it out,
which is going to take it out. Special attack on the Miraidon being dropped. And it'll be interesting to see if the Dazzling Gleam is able to pick up those KOs through the light screen.
It's super effective.
It doesn't pick up the KO on the Whimsicott, which may end up being a big deal.
Yeah. Incineroar going to be taking neutral damage against this Dazzling Gleam.
Yeah, so that is neutral damage without the boost from the Hadron engine that it previously had, and the light screen being up. So even though Incineroar's Assault Vest has been knocked off earlier in this game, it is not likely to be taking a whole heap of damage from these Dazzling Gleams, and it may be possible that the Incineroar and the Whimsicott are able to just slowly take down this Miraidon's health before it's able to smash it.
Yeah, Tim's just going to fish for special attack drop here. Does not get it, but Fake Out is super free this turn.
It's still doing reasonable damage, and that's all Tim really needs to do is keep up enough damage that he's able to take down the Miraidon before Miraidon's able to get focused.
Yeah, for sure. And Tailwind is still up there, so Whimsicott gets to hit another Moonblast. Dropping it to half. No drop. Incin also outspeeding and taking it out.
Oh, the critical
hit.
Allows it to pick up the KO, and that makes Timothy our loser winner for today's O2 Drop Invitational.
That's going to be sending him to the finals.
It would be very interesting to have known if that critical hit did end up mattering, but regardless, fantastically played from Tim Nurse. Like I
Yeah.
said, great up-and-comer, very strong player. It'll be very interesting to see him in the final matches against Kieran Singh.
Certainly. So for sure, I think it may have mattered in terms of picking up a KO that it may not have been able to otherwise. But even if it didn't, that dazzling gleam from Alistair's Maridon not gonna take out. It's a matter of, does it two-shot the Insin? Like,
Well, it would be very
right?
interesting.
It'd
The
be
Whimsicott was
really close.
The Whimsicott was not able to pick up any special attack drops with that Moonblast, and the terrestrialization allows it to be doing more damage with that Dazzling Gleam than it normally would be. The
Yeah, for
Assault Vest
sure.
had been knocked off, and it would be single target damage as well. Something to shout out, that obviously when the Dazzling Gleam is hitting 2 targets, that damage is dampened.
Yes.
So that single target Dazzling Gleam damage may possibly have been able to pick up that 2-hit KO. But I
true.
guess we'll never know.
Yeah, I guess we will. I guess we will never know. But we've got Tim now going into the finals against Kieran, so not going to be a rematch for him against Alistair.
No, the smart money was, of course, on Kieran and Alistair being the ones to go all the way through, being that they were previously at our undefeated match. But, of course, you never know at these events. There's so much talent going around that you can never just pick 2 players that are definitely going to win, because it really could be anyone. There's a lot of talent here.
Tim's a real wild card, honestly. Like at his best, I think Tim is extremely good. Like,
Of course.
Yeah.
So we will be bringing you all that action from potentially the final 2 matches, depending on who wins the first final match. We will be taking a dinner break here, so we will be
For
wrapping
sure.
up for about an hour and a half.
we're going to be having interviews first, or no interviews first. All right, so
We will take a dinner break. We will bring you the finals action in an hour and a half to 2 hours, so don't go too far. We will catch you soon.
yeah, we're going to be starting a new stream when we've got everything set back up again after our break. But hopefully, you come back and join us then for the final. See you all then.